And lastly, I just want to say that the position of CDF is acknowledged in this matter. I know that the ministry sends capitation. Personally, I think the ministry must develop a way of monitoring how capitation works. Because the teachers are receiving capitation, but when you go to them, they say, Mheshimiwa, tusaidie kununua desk, tusaidie kununua hii. Who, where, what exactly is capitation being used for? The CDF money that has been sent to constituencies has done a lot in this 1 year. Does capitation also do development? Can we be able to have a good explanation of how it works? Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to support.
Thank you.
Members, you should be looking at your mics. If you ask to speak, the reason the mics are there is so that you're able to see them and speak. The Honorable Madenge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the motion by Honorable Luku on the policy on JSS. It is important, Honorable Speaker, that this country starts to take the education of our children much more seriously than is happening today. Honorable Speaker, what we find is that despite the CBC program having started literally 7 years ago, when it was time for junior secondary, we started learning around helter-skelter like a country that did not know that this date was coming. And even now, with the patchwork that allowed us to commence JSS in the primary schools, you find that we have again gone back and we are sitting on our laurels, not knowing what will happen by the time the next 2 years are over and it's time for our kids to join senior secondary. More importantly, is that nobody in this country, including the mandarins at the Ministry of Education, can give a clear, coherent roadmap on exactly what we are doing at junior secondary. And it is important, Honorable Speaker, that we do not fail our children. We've been speaking of a lost generation that has disappeared into alcohol and drug abuse. We are preparing at this space another lost generation that is pursuing JSS unless we can put our acts together. Honorable Speaker, a lot of the JSS children, despite the hardships that are there, have not even been able to coherently and consistently attend school because the new JSS came with a new set of uniforms, new requirements for desks and chairs and books that parents had not been prepared for. And therefore it is important that this motion is taken very, very seriously by this House and the Ministry in terms of restoring order in our education system. Honorable Speaker, the current grading system at Form 4, Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, is producing a wasted number of our young people in this country. Because when we analyze the KCSE performance, we find that barely 20% of our Form 4 students may attain the minimum university entrance grade. After that, another 28% attain the diploma college's admission grade. And therefore, we have about 15% of our school leavers at Form 4 competing for certificate and craft courses. And Honorable Speaker, the tragedy of this country is when we find that even a voluntary service like NYS requires our graduates to have a D plane at Form 4. What are we telling our young people in this country as legislators and leaders in terms of the plan we have for their future? And no wonder we have a crop of very many young girls and boys who are literally present in every shopping center in this country, saying they have nothing to do except indulge in cheap liquor and alcohol, that as a country and as a leadership, we have failed to curtail its production and distribution. We are poisoning our young people as we watch, as traders have taken our country hostage because they want to make money at any cost. The formulation of a coherent policy, clear and well understood by not only our students but also our parents, will give a clear roadmap for the desires of our young people. The sending home of our children in secondary schools has to stop as a policy in this country. The cost of uniforms varies from school to school. Why should there be a difference between the cost of uniform in secondary schools? The cost of the feeding program for lunch varies from school to school, even schools that are neighboring in the same town. If you go to Nyeri Town constituency, a school known as DEB and a school known as Temple Road Primary, both of them literally neighbors, have a different cost for lunch. And you find that the biggest burden today that parents of children in our schools are having is the cost of school feeding. And therefore, this policy must also begin to address the issues of the cost of feeding in our schools and also the cost of uniforms, as well as the cost of the construction of multipurpose halls, which have become a darling for all schools today, the funding of school buses, and therefore we need a clear government policy on the cost of some of these burdens that are being borne by our parents, largely jeopardizing the education and the future of our children. Honorable Speaker, SDG 4 requires us to ensure that our education is inclusive, equitable, and of the same quality. And therefore, the question that begs us as legislators is the quality of education offered at Kahumo High School in Nyeri Town constituency same as the quality of education offered at Kehuyo Secondary School in my rural village? It is clear in our minds that the answer is no. Then how can we be signatories to the SDGs and then as leaders we sit and allow this kind of disparities to continue? When we come to the management of teachers, in Nyeri Town constituency, which is largely a municipality, it was a municipality even before the new constitution came into place. I have teachers who are paid the enhanced house allowance for teachers working in municipalities, and another teachers in the same school, in neighboring schools, who are not being paid the enhanced house allowance. When you approach the management of teachers in the Teacher Service Commission, they want to pretend that they are not aware that these disparities are existing. And Honorable Speaker, it is time that some of these institutions that are managing the affairs, the important affairs of the country, like the Teachers Service Commission, should be invited in this House to answer questions from legislators. The question of the ministers coming in to answer for constitutional commissions and other bodies that are playing crucial roles in the affairs of our country should come to an end. For how long can we keep shielding these people while the problems keep piling? Honorable Speaker, what exam will the JSS...
Honorable Madange, you probably know that under the rules we changed, the independent commissions answer questions at the committee level. Like all the commissions in this country are supposed to take their questions to the relevant committees.
Honorable Speaker, I am well guided. However, if all of us have an interest in when the Teacher Service Commission is appearing before the 15 members of the Education Committee, I am sure if this was opened for us as friends of the committee, the members here would overwhelm the membership of the committee. And that is a weakness sometimes in our system that we need to be alive to and get to address. Honorable Speaker, in ending, what exam will the junior secondary students sit at the end of their 3 years? And how is that exam going to impact their advancement into senior secondary? Honorable Speaker, I support this motion, and Honorable Oko, this could not have come at a better time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Sirisia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me chance also to contribute on this important motion. Honorable Speaker, education is the key of everything all over the world. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the member who has brought this very important motion for discussion. I rise to support this motion, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when I speak about CPC, Honorable Speaker, I think that very well in the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, because every minister who is appointed, especially the Minister of Education, he wants to make changes on his or her own right. When you check from 844, even from during Moi's time, Honorable Speaker, there have been many changes on this curriculum every time. And this has affected our children. This has affected our parents. Like now we say that education in Kenya is free primary education. But CPC has made it more expensive to the parents than before. So you can say that there's no free primary education in Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Just because the principal secretary visited another country and copied from there, and he made sure that it works in Kenya. It is working either, but it's not working very well, Honorable Speaker. And that is why members, every member has his or her own thinking negatively about the CPC. There are no teachers, like where we come from, in the rural constituencies where we come from. There are no teachers. If indeed they wanted a change, good change in the curriculum, Honorable Speaker, we cannot come up with the junior secondary school and again it remain domicile in the primary school and with only one teacher, either with the 8 students. That means that the ministry was not ready, the DSC was not ready to post the teachers to teach that the new class that has been promoted from primary and then it remains again there with no teachers. So the government must do something. One, to remove school fees, paying a lot of money, and again the practicals which they do, Honorable Speaker. They send children to bring chicken to school, to slaughter for practicals. If it is a class has 100 children, it means they are taking 100 chicken to school, Honorable Speaker, for slaughter, to make teachers feel fat, enjoy eating chicken from parents. Honorable Speaker, I want the members to dig in properly about this CPC to see actually if it is helping us as a country, in the education sector or not. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Waluke just decided that the open order was not necessary. So, members, I wish to recognize the presence of pupils from Eno Matasiani Primary School of Kajiado North in Kajiado County, and pupils from Vidhu Ramji Secondary School from Kiharu in Murang'a County. We welcome them to the National Assembly to follow our proceedings today. This chance now goes to Honorable Kagushia of Mukurweini. It's not in the House. It goes then to Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga of Kabuchai. Huh? Honorable Kagushia, is he around? Honorable Kagushia, you can't be doing that. Just give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate, and I promise that I will take the shortest time possible. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the motion by Honorable Ruku on the funding of, or development of a policy on funding of JSS in this Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I have first of all looked at a very quick glance of how JSS has been conducted in Mukurweini constituency. And I've seen that out of 66 schools, public schools that exist in Mukurweini constituency, I've seen that we have about 18 schools that are not being funded as JSS. And of course that makes me worried, because I understand that whenever a school has a JSS program, it receives an excess of the normal capitation that are going to schools with a substantial amount of money. And that in essence means that all the schools that are not having JSS in the primary schools that we had before are no longer receiving that capitation. For example, picked out like a school like Wanjiri Primary, Matuto Primary, Mukoi Primary, Washe Primary, Kirongi Primary, Gashirero Primary, Ningaini, Kiawaita, Matiraini, Mutowave, Wamera, Ngora, Mwati, Itito, Gakera, Wahari, Wanguro, and Gakima primary schools are not having JSS. And Honorable Speaker, that is why I strongly stand to support the motion that we come up with a better arrangement on how we are going to fund these JSS schools or the primary schools that we had, so that our students can stop traveling long distances to access very basic education in other areas. I, for example, had parents from schools like Wanjiri who have come to my office and really complaining because their students are walking a long distance to access education. Honorable Speaker, I appreciate that a bit of staffing is being done. I've looked at the newspapers today, and I've seen that TSC has advertised for about 20,000 positions of teachers in JSS primary schools. And I've seen the advert, and I really want to encourage our people to apply for those applications, for those job opportunities. But Honorable Speaker, this being the case, we still have a challenge because the 20,000 is adding to what we had before, and I'm not very sure that this is going to be, completing the cycle of staffing in all our schools. You realize that most of the JSS primary schools, we are having teachers taking on subjects that they not train in college. You, for example, have someone taking chemistry or biology, yet they had trained in literature or English. And of course, that is lowering the quality of education in our JSS schools. So, Honorable Speaker, I strongly want to support that we come up with a policy where we are going to systematically and strategically support and fund the JSS secondary schools. Honorable Speaker, finally, I also want to note that the government has increased, and this parliament has passed a budget that has increased the amount of funding for JSS from 15 billion Kenya shillings to 25 billion Kenya shillings. That is a whopping increase of 10 billion Kenya shillings, which is a good thing, which we must commend. But can we then have a policy by the ministry, together with TSC, which is going to properly guide how this funding is going to be implemented in schools, so that we are able to balance between the staffing, the infrastructure, and we are able to also look at the primary schools that did not receive the JSS, because basically we are simply killing those primary schools that are now up to class 6 or grade 6. Honorable Speaker, I please beg to support this motion and congratulate my honorable member Roko for having brought this useful motion to this assembly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I presume it is me. Speak up.
Member Seme, proceed with your contribution.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this.
Just order. I've seen everyone look at me. I've given 8 this side, 7 this side, without a single member from this side since we started this debate. Not one.
And I was the earliest this side.
So just relax. Just relax. It's to ensure that we are a house that has minority and majority. So it's my duty to ensure that both sides speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you look at orphans well, you get blessed. Now, I rise to support this motion, and I really must appreciate and congratulate Honorable Ruku. There are times that we put aside politics and look at the welfare of the nation, and this is one such time. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what Honorable Ruku is asking us, that we need to set a policy, guidelines, and implementation framework for a project where pupils are already in class. How far can you be with putting a cart before a horse? It is even shameful that we are talking about that and the children are already in class. If you are still talking of policy, guidelines, implementation framework, do we even have an implementation timeline? How these kids will move? Honorable members here were saying, proposing how kids should move and where classes are. These are things that should have been in the books before we started. Because this is planning. This is making things work. This is not impressing people. There's a difference. If you are looking for votes, yes, well, it would work. But if we want to educate our children, we must go the way Honorable Ruku is proposing, and it should have happened earlier. What do we have an infrastructure needs? Do we know? We had classrooms built in secondary schools. The kids are now in primary schools. I know there's transition, but even that I'll raise issues about. What about the human resource? We are saying here that some old people, were picked, some old teachers. It does not matter. They were trained. But do we know their needs? What about the financial needs? How were schools picked to house JSS? In my constituency, a large number, nearly half, actually do not have JSS. And if you picked this, how were the number of pupils identified for planning financial needs? When I asked, I was told they looked at the number of kids in standard 6 or who are now moving to 7 to start junior secondary. But now when you have amalgamated them, this is not the same number of kids because you have put kids from other places. How was that one? How? I really ask my colleagues, how can that happen? You mean nobody sat down to do simple arithmetic? Because that should have been done. And even then, the money is not coming regularly. We can understand that. Mr. Speaker, we can talk that there was a transition, that there was another government and the government had changed. In fact, if there is a transition, Mr. Speaker, the duty is on the incoming person to make sure that you take up in a way. The country will not listen to you blaming those who have gone. They have gone. If you find there are errors, your duty is now to correct those errors. So this transition should have been extremely meticulous. We were planning to take kids in secondary schools. We decided in one day we are going to primary. At that point, meticulous planning was needed. It is clear to everybody now that that was not done. And this is just one example, actually, in the whole ministry, where policies are not properly formulated. We have had very major changes in this ministry. We have the competency based with the JSS. We have 100% transition. How do we now link and coordinate 100% transition with JS? What is the transition point now? What is the transition point now? Before we knew, it was standard 8 to Form 1. Now, we have junior secondary. So where is the transition point? Where is the 100%? We have just come from the issue of delocalization and relocalization. How do you harmonize that with JSS? How do you harmonize that with the 100% transition? The main purpose of competence-based is that the kids should have practical skills. In the infrastructure planning, school classrooms, we seem to be okay, we can be okay, because CDF had put out a lot of classrooms in my constituencies. All the JSS classrooms are in classrooms that we built in primary schools for those schools. Now they are being used in a way, in a very good way, they are being used to house JSSS. So again, his Honorable Buruku's idea that how we use CDF is welcome. But if it is competence-based, there are two issues in infrastructure that I don't hear about. Are we going to have laboratories or are we going to have workshops? When those chicken that the Honorable Member was talking about, are they going to be slaughtered in a workshop or are they going to, the ones that are slaughtered, the ones that will be eaten, I know where they'll be slaughtered. That's not a problem. But the ones that are for teaching, will they be slaughtered in a laboratory or are they going to be, well, if it's a laboratory, it will be called dissection. Will they be dissected in a laboratory? They will be dissected in a workshop. In the kitchen. Or if it is fish. Okay, now, gentlemen, we can laugh, but these are very serious issues. Are we going to put up, again, if you want them to have skills in agriculture, if you want them to have skills in creating artifacts, that will need workshops. Some of us went to primary schools when there were workshops. I don't hear about workshops. How many workshops? How many laboratories? When do you transition from laboratory to workshop? Because they do different things. When is the streaming going to happen? Because when you have streamed, then you know who will need workshops and you will know who will need laboratories. Where are these issues being discussed? So, Mr. Speaker, we have put the cart before the horse, and we must go back, as Honorable Buruku has indicated, and do the planning. If actually we meant well, I think this government was in a position to actually slow down the process and say, we are not satisfied with the planning, we slow this down for a year, and then we will plan it properly, I think the country would have accepted that. We must reach a point where we are not driven by politics. I know 2027 is coming, but let me tell you, it is the good work that will take us there, not the impression that we create. Impressions will fizzle out. The real work will come. So let's go back and do this, even if you are doing it late. It is better late than never. Let's go and look at our kids. Mr. Speaker, I support this. And we are saying urges. I think we need to remove that word urges. We should resolve. We should amend to resolve. Urges means they may or may not, but we want them to do. And if you have to put it into an act of parliament, Honorable Ruku, go ahead on this one, we'll support you. Not like when I always oppose you in TV discussions. That's politics. But now it is about our children. We'll support it. Bring the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nyikal. The member for Kabuchai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable Ruku, Member of Parliament from Bere North, has done a very good job. We have a lot of issues that this bill will address, Mr. Speaker. We want it to address several issues. And Mr. Speaker, if we have to go even back and see, if we have to address the confusion that was placed last year, Mr. Speaker, when even CBC classes were built in secondary schools. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, even the contractors who did this job, up to date as I speak, Mr. Speaker, have not been paid. The contractors, Mr. Speaker, are being auctioned. They did a job for government, they were never paid, and I don't know when they will pay this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this one, public primary schools, Mr. Speaker, cannot afford the expense aspect of this JSS. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I was speaking to my daughter, who said that in their school they require 8,000 for home science. To me as a member of parliament is no problem, Mr. Speaker. But what of that child of a border in Nakitumba primary school, where he cannot manage that amount? Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Nyikala said, I want now to agree in totality that this program was started before the policy. I wish Honorable Ruku was there before CBC was put in place. Thank you very much, Honorable Ruku, for thinking ahead, though late, but with this policy, we can change things for the betterment of our nation. This is the time where we are bringing heads together. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I was at home. We were having secondary schools, games and sports. Mr. Speaker, there is a confusion. Junior secondary schools, students cannot play in secondary school games. Neither can they compete in primary schools. Mr. Speaker, they are standing between. If they play in secondary school games, the junior ones mock them. You are supposed to be in second. We must place the right things first. I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, but now that it has come here for address, let us give this thing first priority. As I support this, Mr. Speaker, let us give it the first priority. Also, let's look at some schools that cannot manage. If this JSS was expensive enough and government had not planned for it, it would have waited. It would have looked first for money. So, Speaker, if you come and see some of the facilities, we have very good private schools, Mr. Speaker. Private schools have the best laboratories, they have good libraries, And Mr. Speaker, they are getting a due advantage ahead of the public schools. What are we going to do? Mr. Speaker, if you tell us that they will be sitting for exams during grade 9, what are we putting in place so that these exams reflect a transition that is proper from now junior secondary to senior secondary? If I were asked before, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have named the junior secondary. I would have named it senior primary. Because when it is senior primary, Mr. Speaker, the teachers in primary schools will be comfortable to teach. You know very well, Mr. Speaker, that teachers are given, they are given guidelines. The policy does not allow a primary school teacher to teach in a secondary school. But as I talk today in Sikusi Primary School and Namilama, Mr. Speaker, teachers handling junior secondary schools are only 2 or 1, handling 18 subjects, Mr. Speaker. What did we do? Honorable Ruku has brought well this so that we discuss properly. We iron out things that we don't have and do it in good faith and put these things ahead so that should we move out of this thing, move out together and do it things properly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I speak here, when I was looking for votes in Kabuchai constituency, we were saying that the moment we take over this office, we shall remove CBC because it was expensive. Parents were not managing. But now, even with the more expensive life, Mr. Speaker, we need the government to totally take over the expense aspect, so that parents cannot be missed, some students cannot miss classes because of this, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, all along, I've moved around here, and how I wish that the people in Mbere who elected Honorable Ruku repeat again and elect him again, Mr. Speaker. Thank you as I support this for the correct of this nation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Rikiri.
Just give me the mic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me apologize first because somebody picked it.
The Honorable Rikiri was way ahead of you on this list. He just doesn't have a card. And
somebody picked my card and my phone. It's very unfortunate that I think as members, we need to respect one another. When you meet...
go on to your debate.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to dwell on what curricula CBC means. It has 7 core competencies, because I think that's where we're having a problem. The first is communication and collaboration. The second is critical thinking and problem solving. The third is creativity and imagination. The fifth is citizenship, digital literacy, learning to learn. Mr. Speaker, fellow members, we have a system that has recognized the core competencies, but implementing so that these core competencies can be achieved by every kid is not in place. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the mover of the motion, my very good friend Loco, my neighbor, that it's high time that we put the polity first and suspend the implementation of this program. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about increasing competency in terms of creativity and innovation. But Mr. Speaker, you realize that the environment that we have put our kids is not conducive for creativity. Mr. Speaker, we haven't put the element of digital literacy because we have no laboratories, we have no computers, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, we have no facilities to encourage the learner to learn more. Why? Because we lack the basic infrastructure. For example, I see demonstration on swimming in many schools. Surely. This is learning to learn. Swimming on sand. Swimming on concrete. And yet we are saying we are impacting competencies to our children. I think we are condemning our children than making them become good citizens. What I know, the only thing that this CBC promote is singing and dancing and the national anthem. There is nothing else that I see. Mr. Speaker, these schools lack infrastructure. These schools lack textbooks.
Honorable Meli, what's out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Ndikiri to really mislead the House that the only thing the kids are doing in CBC, yet he had actually outlined very well about the qualities and the competencies of the CBC, critical thinking and all the rest.
Meli, what? I'm listening to you.
He's out of order because he's misleading the House.
Order, Honorable Meli. What he has said is that the only thing he sees are those ones.
But what
you can't claim to be seeing for him.
but he's actually misleading the House.
Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate for the chairman of education not to be attentive and to be hearing things from his own corners. Very unfortunate, because you are the one who is supposed to be solving these problems. Now it has been brought by Mr. Roko. Please accept to be told where you have failed. Mr. Speaker, we have no textbooks. How are we going to impact good knowledge about competencies on learning how to learn? Mr. Speaker, this program was rushed. Why? Because the curriculum was not well thought of. The only thing they have come up with, yes, the core competencies. But now, Mr. Speaker, if we lack classrooms, workshops, playing grounds, are we going to impact to our children? Mr. Speaker, the expenditure for the CBC, as determined, is supposed to be 15,000 per kid. Mr. Speaker, this has not been distributed to the schools. It hasn't been distributed in the schools. In actual fact, the release of money is late, meaning that even the impacting of knowledge is going to be delayed. Mr. Speaker, this system does not create opportunity for people with special needs. And this is one of the failures of education in this country. We have so many people with special needs out there who are failed by 844, who are failed by the older system. And even this new system, these people with special needs are not being catered for in terms of provision of facilities. So, Mr. Speaker, something is seriously wrong. The management of the CBC is we are condemning our parents. Many of them are very poor. We are telling them to provide equipment that the government is supposed to be providing. In actual fact, at the end of the day, you are going to find that parents are the ones that are going to be providing more than the government. 15,000 shillings per kid is not enough. It's not adequate. So you find the burden is going to be borne by the poor parents. Mr. Speaker, I find this system not working. It's not going to work. It's going to benefit a few who are going through the private institutions. Otherwise, we are going to continue creating disparities. Mr. Speaker, let's take for example, my constituency has 87 primary schools. Out of those 87, 17 have been condemned that they cannot host junior secondary. Why? Because they are told they are less than 35. These children are forced to walk for 10 kilometers away from their school, meaning the government in its policy has become discriminative, because you can imagine a kid walking for 10 kilometers. For 10 kilometers, just because the school does not have that 5 pupils in the school. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the activity, I support the motion that has been brought up by Mr. Oluku, and say this, it is time. Education is the only thing that is going to bring everybody together, equality. But with this system, I doubt whether it is going to do. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The member for Kitui South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity so that I may also support this extremely important motion brought by the Honorable Ruku. And I would like to first of all congratulate the Honorable Ruku, Honorable Speaker. Having sat in this House for the last 10 years, I have seen him come with very important motions and also prepare himself to support extremely important bills in this House. So I would like to encourage him to continue. Mr. Speaker, as I start supporting this motion, I would like to start with numbers. Honorable Speaker, the issue of JSS is extremely a matter that has to be discussed in this House. I have a total of 275 primary schools. Honorable Speaker, that tells you that I have over 300 schools in my constituency. I know that people are shocked because there are members of parliament who have 4, who have 10 primary schools, others who have 20. We have people seated in this House, members of parliament who are taking care of more than 300 schools, and I'm one of them. And Honorable Speaker, out of the 275 schools, 100 primary schools have been condemned that they cannot host a junior secondary school. Mr. Speaker, this already discriminates the children of Kitui South because there are children who are walking through valleys, going up hills, going to look for a place where several schools have been put together, and now they are the ones who are being seen as the JSS. First of all, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Chair for Education, the Honorable Meli, that truly CBC is not bad. Because, Honorable Speaker, this world is led by people who can communicate. CBC is training children to be communicators, to be able to collaborate, to be able to be critical thinkers, to be imaginative, to be creative, to be courageous, to be able to be good citizens, to be able to be digitally literal, or rather digital literacy. And Honorable Speaker, I would like them even to add financial literacy, because this world is led by people who can do all these competencies that are being advocated for by CBC. And I would like to say that one of the lead communicators, Honorable Speaker, as you know, is the Honorable William Samoei Ruto, lead communicator, and that is why he leads this country. So, Mr. Speaker, going back to this matter raised by the Honorable Ruku, is that the Ministry of Education must give us a proper linkage between the Education Act of 2012, the Basic Education Act of 2012, link it properly to all the other amendments that have been done within education laws, and link it up properly with the CBC. And this will give our children an opportunity to know that every JSS that they are in is being led and run as any other. A JSS in a primary school like my rural constituency of Kitui South, which has Motomo and Ekoda sub-counties, then will be led like as JSS in Nairobi City. That is where we'll have equality in education. Honorable Speaker, as you know, if we give them a clean book, then the administrators who are going to be in this JSS are going to put their own notes, and we are going to have schools which are not clearly very well led. Honorable Speaker, as members of parliament, we have put a lot of money in managing our schools, both primary schools and also JSS. It is important that when we put money in the JSS, that the money is put in good use. Mr. Speaker, I am calling upon the Ministry of Education and our former colleague who is there, the Honorable Machogu, that he must say that if there is a primary school, then there must be a junior secondary school. That is the way that we'll get an opportunity for all our children to be trained properly, to be able to go to schools within their villages, to be able to have the 100% 100% joining secondary school as they move from primary school, and that is what I look forward to. Mr. Speaker, when I was campaigning, I told my constituents of Kitui South, in Ekwatha and Mutomo sub-counties, that there will be a secondary school in every primary school. I have a problem explaining to them why 100 primary schools in Kitui South do not have JSS. So as I support this motion, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Ruku and call upon the ministry to tell this House whether it is money that they need, so as funds can be appropriated so that we can have junior secondary schools. Honorable Speaker, our teachers are being taken back to our counties. And I have realized that Kitui South has lost many teachers who have gone back to their nice counties. And I am calling upon the ministry that also all teachers who are from our county, who are in those other counties, who have requested to go back to Kitui County, they should be given this opportunity. Because this is a government that saw that teachers had been punished and sent away from their counties. So now that the Kenya Kwanza government has made a decision that every teacher must go back to their counties, especially the one who choose to, those who have applied for transfers, Honorable Speaker, I am calling upon the ministry to allow them to go back, the Teacher Service Commission, to allow them to go back to our constituencies so that our junior secondary schools can have teachers who are willing and who are ready to be in a place where there may be no electricity or where there may be no water. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this extremely important motion. Thank you.
Member Holari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also add up my voice to this very important motion. And I'll start by congratulating my colleague, Honorable Roko. This is something that is being talked about in every other part of this country. And I will start by saying that the CBC system of education is a very good idea, where children will go to school and from as early as 5, 6, 7 years, you are able to start picking out the talent of each and every child and developing the same, because that would make it easier for children as they grow up and become adults to be able to fit in areas where they'll be able to qualify and be able to give quality kind of work to this country. Mr. Speaker, the JSS, the junior secondary schools, was started in a hurry. It was actually rushed because the ministry, or the government for that matter, had started by putting up classes in secondary schools, meaning that they wanted the junior secondary to be domiciled in our secondary schools. They were not able to do that in every other secondary school, meaning that there was actually going to be a gap. Currently, what the current administration did is to put the JSS back into our primary schools, where probably I would say we had more facilities, because as children were moving out, there were classes that were going to be were previously being used by standard 7 and 8, which were going to be empty, and probably that made some sense. But unfortunately, what we have seen in our areas, and this is one of the challenges, is that not all the schools were able to be given the junior secondary schools. In my area, we have schools like Mbaoine, Ngesho Primary, Kagwe Primary, and several others, where children are being forced now to walk long distances to go to schools where the junior secondaries have been domiciled. My thinking would be that, as Honorable Roko has put it, that we need to develop a policy on the JSS, or the junior secondary schools for that matter. Most of the schools, you find that they have only 2 teachers. And as my colleagues have said, you'll find that these are teachers who are trained in particular subjects and not like the primary school teachers who would probably be able to teach several subjects, meaning that the children in JSS are missing out, and as they continue now learning in class 7 and going into class 8, I'm sure the syllabus or the curriculum for that matter is not being properly covered. In my own thinking, Mr. Speaker, if we as a parliament and the government were to sit and come up with a proper policy, I would think of a one-stop shop where we come up with a kind of a complex where we start now with the junior primary schools, the JSS, and the secondary schools in one complex. Because even now, where we have been able to put now the JSS in the primary schools, there are a lot of facilities that are missing. We don't have laboratories, meaning that if they want to do anything practical, they will have to look for the secondary schools where they are. Supposing now where they have the junior secondary school, there is no secondary school nearby. It means that these children are not being able to be taught properly. Mr. Speaker, if we had one complex, it would mean that the facilities that are being used by the senior secondary schools will still be able to be used by the junior secondary schools. And the transition would be easy because the students would be within one particular complex. I also find that the implementation of the JSS on the issue of funding is also a problem to our parents. One, they started by changing the uniforms. Then you find that through CBC, for children to be able to do whatever work they're doing in the classes, there are a lot of aids that are required. They're supposed to buy so many items, and this is becoming a burden to the parents. Mr. Speaker, I would say that as we come up with the policy and the issue of funding, one, there is the issue of the capitation. Within the capitation, the government should ensure that there is money for every child to be able to cater for all the aids, as they have been doing before, where they're providing through capitation money for buying textbooks and all that. Then they should also provide money where whatever aid is required in the learning, there is money provided by the government. The issue of the teachers, we have said we have only 2 teachers, where the students are not being taught all the subjects. As much as we have seen, there are adverts now that they are going to employ more teachers. As Honorable Nikal was said, we have put the cart before the horse. That means we started something that we were not ready for. And Mr. Speaker, as I come to a conclusion, because of the lack of facilities in our schools, because our parents are not able to afford the kind of money that is required to buy the various aids that are required in the schools, I would say that we, as Honorable Rocco is suggesting, we come up with a proper policy on the provision of teachers and the aids and whatever is required, and also the issue of funding in our JSS is something that needs to be put within the Education Act, so that we do not have issues of children being unable to learn properly in our schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nambale. Yes, Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a motion that everyone has an interest in. And I believe everyone would like to express themselves and to be seen to express themselves by their constituents. Honorable Speaker, if we let everyone speak for 10 minutes, we will not go half of this House. And since we regulate our own timings, I would like to propose that we regulate our timing to 3 minutes, not 5. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable
so that people can just give us the impact points on our speaker. Yes. Thank you.
Honorable Mutunga, I would have wished so too. In fact, 2 members have brought me about it here. And Honorable Mutunga, who has been in Parliament now second time, should know the rules. Yeah. That even me, I would wish that members, and we've done this sometimes before, members, that where there's a motion that has so much interest, and you didn't move a motion to reduce time at the beginning, it is upon you, if you wish, to speak for 3-4 minutes. So I would wish going forward, as I leave, that members speaking should speak for 3-4 minutes to enable other members to speak. Otherwise, we failed at the beginning to regulate time, so you cannot stop a member from speaking for 10 minutes. that's how it works. So in future, I think it's good for us to know that it's a motion, and even the move of the motion, you can always advise that this will have so much interest, then we can relate time. I'm already taking so much of your time. Honorable Member for Nampale, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, there was a clamor for change of our education system from 844 to the CBC system. But now, what baffles me is that the Ministry for Education did not put in place policies for smooth transition from 844 to the CBC system, because junior secondary is under the CBC system. But when we go to their constituencies, we find that this junior secondary has so many challenges. One of the challenges, the issue of infrastructure. Second, we have the issue of teachers. And the question that comes is that the Constitution under Article 53 provides that every child has a right to basic education. But now, in fact, the right must, the basic education must be free and compulsory. But the question is, when you go to the constituencies, you note that the junior secondary students are being asked to pay some levies in terms of fees. Many parents, I'm sure they have knocked the doors of many members of parliament here, seeking support for school fees to pay for these students. So the question that we ask ourselves is this junior secondary education free as envisaged under Article 53 of our Constitution? Are we transiting well when moving from the 844 system to CBC, whereby we have junior secondary, but it appears like the ministry did not prepare well because there are no laboratories, no teachers. Some schools, even in Nambale constituency, we find like Mwenge Primary, we have only 2 teachers, and Igara Primary, we have 2 teachers handling the junior secondary education. So the question is, has the ministry put in place proper policies and mechanism to ensure that our children achieve this right that is enshrined under Article 53 of the Constitution? So I wish to thank Honorable Ruku for coming up with this particular motion that is very, very important in support of the rights of our children. So, Madam Speaker, for junior secondary school in Nambale constituency, we have so many challenges that we urge the Ministry of Education to come up with a proper policy and finances to ensure that as members of parliament construct these laboratories and other classrooms for the junior secondary, the ministry should also top up the funds to ensure that we have enough laboratories, we have enough teaching materials, and also enough teachers so that the children can realize their dream. The other question that we ask ourselves is that we say that basic education is free. The question that follows is the JSSC a basic education, or is it a secondary education? So these are the gaps that are missing, so that we need, as members of parliament, to ensure that we fix. And through the motion that has been brought by Honorable Ruku, as proposed by our colleague earlier, we need to ensure that this particular motion is transformed into a bill, so that we come up with the proper policies to support our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I would like to recognize students seated at the Speaker's Gallery this morning from Morao Secondary School, Kipkelion constituency in Kericho County. You are welcome to the National Assembly so that you may observe proceedings of the House. And I would like to call upon the Honorable Member for Kipkelion West, may proceed. Please give the member for Kipkelion West the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to begin with, let me use this opportunity to welcome the students from my constituency who are visiting on a tour of Nairobi and Parliament to learn, Madam Speaker, about what happens in this House, because they are the leaders of tomorrow. And Mr. Speaker, the subject matter of today is about the CBC. And Madam Speaker, I wish to support motion by the Honorable Member from Mbeere North, Honorable Ruku, that, Madam Speaker, these junior secondary schools were a good idea. Madam Speaker, the intention of the people who formulated this competency-based curriculum was to allow learners to train in their areas of expertise. Madam Speaker, we went to a school in the 844 system where you do CRE even if you are good at sciences, and you are forced to do every other subject, even which you don't seem to pick, Madam Speaker. And therefore, this competency-based curriculum is a modern curriculum to prepare this country for the future in the Vision 2030 and to achieve progress into a modern and changing world. And Madam Speaker, I want to begin by supporting what all members have spoken before have said. This thing was rushed. A lot of things that should have gone into the preparation did not go as was needed, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want to urge that, first of all, these junior secondary schools must be, the government and the Ministry of Education must make them fully free. We don't want parents to be charged for junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, number two, every primary school in the Republic of Kenya must, as a matter of policy, have a junior secondary school where the parents were not able to meet the demands to make them junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, the ministry should pick up and support such institutions financially, so that by the end of this financial year, or by the time we are opening the schools in the other term, all primary schools in the Republic of Kenya have junior secondary schools, Madam Speaker. Number two, or the third point I wish to make, the teachers must be prepared through training, continuous training, to be able to prepare these children to identify their talents, so that as they move further, they are redirected to the areas of their expertise. Those who want to do engineering are sent to engineering school. Those who want to do music, Madam Speaker, are sent to music schools. And those who want to be architects and in areas of their specialization, Madam Speaker, must be aided to achieve their dreams. And another thing, Madam Speaker, when the Kenya Kwanza government took office, it was a campaign promise that teachers who had been delocalized, Madam Speaker, and who wished to go back to their home counties and constituencies, were, after the administration was set up, be allowed to go back to where they want to go and teach. Madam Speaker, we have a lot of teachers still pending requests with the TSC to go back to their home counties and their home constituencies. The Minister for Education must direct the TSC, Madam Speaker, to immediately finalize the complete transfer of everyone who has requested to go back to their home constituencies, and to help the children of their home constituencies, even in this competency-based curriculum, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issues are the issues of facilities and the teachers. Even as the TSC advertises the 20,000 teachers, it is still a drop in the ocean. And Madam Speaker, we don't know what we are going to do with the current cohort that is already in JSC, because they are not prepared at all to meet the demands of this changing world and the demands of choosing a career going forward. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable Roko for bringing this motion, and Madam Speaker, to say that this one must be translated into action and acted upon immediately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Much member for Kipkelion West. Honorable members, this motion has a lot of interest. The screen is actually full. And at 11:53, I'll be calling upon the mover to reply. And you know that we cannot change the number of minutes that you speak at this moment. It was not done at the beginning of the motion. So you may choose to speak for less minutes, then it means that within the remaining time, more of you are going to speak. So I'll give then an opportunity to my left, and that will go to the member for Lugari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by appreciating my colleague Ruku for pulling a fast on this. Madam Speaker, whereas many of my colleagues have hushed the House, asking that the motion, the implementation of CBC was rushed, I'll take a completely different view. Inertia and failure by government machinery does not amount to more time for people to implement a policy. Up to where we are today, we have done well over 8 years into CBC. By now, we should have learned the ropes of what we need. What is ailing CBC and implementation of JSS? Rightfully so, Madam Speaker, the lack of policy and clear framework on what needs to be done, by whom and when. It appears that every day the executive is taken by surprise. We've not put enough into the planning of this very well, if implemented, system that will change the life of our nation. Madam Speaker, it is true that even in my constituency, a number of schools were left out. And when I looked at the tool that was being used, it was a very subjective tool. It actually depended on the people who visited the school. And eventually, almost all my schools have been put back. What was shocking to me, a school that has even up to class 8, they will not approve it to have JSS simply because they think the amount of land is not enough. And it has up to class 8. So I asked, what does a JSS classroom require? If I've been having up to class 8 and you cannot allow the same school to run a JSS class. Madam Speaker, my proposal is basic, that all primary schools must have JSS. Madam Speaker, for many years in this country, we have lived a lie. And if we are not careful to correct the mistakes of the past, education is going to be only for the rich. And I see an opportunity, Madam Speaker, in the JSS, an opportunity that will equalize all of us into having the same kind of education. Why do I say this? the decision to host junior secondary in primary is one step towards equalization. Madam Speaker, we know that in this country, because of categorization of schools, some schools have been given, actually oversupplied by resources. Some schools receive millions of shillings in support, while others that require get nothing. Some schools in this country, because of categorization, they have oversupply of teachers. Whereas some schools are understaffed. Some don't even have TSC teachers, and yet they are registered schools. Madam Speaker, having every primary school have JSS is one way of creating equity by not having special schools, national schools, extra-county schools, sub-county schools, and county schools. Madam Speaker, one of the major issues in this country about planning of education is the people at the Treasury developing a model of funding without talking to the stakeholders, without talking to educationists. I'm proposing that as we go forward with Honorable Rugu's motion, we must include a funding model that takes into consideration the views of the stakeholders of education. Why am I saying this? Madam Speaker, you are aware that no primary school has a laboratory. You are aware that in this country we have made a decision that we are going to have a resource center at that level. Madam Speaker, the only tested model in providing infrastructure for school that works is the one that has been done by NGCDF. The Ministry of Education, through this policy, must have a working model with NGCDF so that it gives NGCDF a conditional grant to develop resource centers. Madam Speaker, 35,000 classrooms of JSS, they have averagely one teacher each. I want to urge this House that we resolve that we provide a funding line for JSS as a project. Why am I saying this? Madam Speaker, we know that if we are still to lump all the money under basic education, when it comes to division, the decision remains with the person who has the pass. But if we provide a budget line for JSS, then the money will go into ensuring that JSS succeeds. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to propose, as we look at this, that as members of this House, we start thinking on how to make education affordable. And Madam Speaker, I'm proposing that we must resolve as a House that is it the time we need to go to school. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the motion.
Thank you. The Honorable Phyllis Bato, member for Moiben.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this motion on policy framework for the JSS curriculum or JSS system of education. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said and done in this JSS program. I believe it was the intention of the educationists in this country to bring a system of education which is going to bring meaningful reforms and meaningful development in Kenya. Madam Speaker, competence-based curriculum was supposed to help the learners to be able to perform what they have been taught or what they have acquired in the classrooms. For example, Madam Speaker, a colleague has just said prior that students were told to be bringing chicken to school to go and slaughter. Madam Speaker, you can agree with me that some of the children of these generations had lost some basics on the way. For example, slaughtering chicken is something which is supposed to be known by any child. I mean, basic things. Some, for example, don't even know how to milk cows, especially those who stay in the rural areas, like myself. Those are the things which we used to practice at the very early stages of life. So many of these children don't know basic things. And that is why I think the initiation of the CBC was to make us relearn basic things which are supposed to be helping us to live, to be practicable members of society. Madam Speaker, what I think essentially is lacking in the implementation of this curriculum is dissemination of information. Dissemination of information, Madam Speaker, in the sense that there is so much which has been written down. There is so much information which is just within some very specific people, but down to the level of the teacher and the student, there is a vacuum. So what should be streamlined is how the information is transmitted from the ministry, from the TSC, from the schools to the parent and to the child. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, Moiben, some days back, parents and the community were up in arms because they were saying that there is only one teacher who was posted to teach 14 subjects in a school. When essentially, this teacher who is posted to that school to teach the JSS class is supposed to be like a coordinator, and the head teacher to reassign the other teachers who are domiciled in the school, the other subjects to teach in the same class. It was not that this teacher who was sent was going to sit there and teach up to 14 subjects: chemistry, physical science, arts, language, and etc. Because, Madam Speaker, we have the best trained teachers in Kenya. Our system of education is one of the best here in Kenya, Africa, and internationally. That is why the students who we send out of Kenya to go and study, for example, for postgraduate or even undergraduate, they are normally rated to be the best, and they don't drop out of school. Not like other countries where, from Africa, when they send their students to some universities abroad, they are subjected to examinations, other forms of exam, to determine whether they qualify to proceed with their studies or not. But fortunately in Kenya, we have the best. So what should happen is that, as much as our colleague is talking about the policy, I think there is so much here and there. What we need is issues to be streamlined so that the curriculum is very clear how it is going to be implemented all the way. The funding, currently from the budget which we've just passed, you realize that the education sector is getting the bulk of the share in as far as the money which was distributed is concerned. So how I wish this money which is going into the education sector be utilized to do the right thing, and it should be distributed equally, Right now, for example, in my constituency, the capitation for the JSS has been sent. But you'll find that there are some schools who have not received the funding. For example, a school, GK Makeresa Primary, they have not received any money. The students are in school. So equitable or equity in education, where do we get equity? If this money is released in piecemeals and to other students, others first, others later, that is when equality or equity is lost from the beginning. And that is how other students, other areas start getting marginalized. We normally say education is an equalizer. And if it is an equalizer, there should be equity from the beginning to the end. How I wish even the ministry, the money which the ministry normally uses to develop infrastructure in schools, why can't they take the entire amount of this money to NGCDF, where the implementation will be done fairly? Because that is where equity will be felt. Otherwise, if we have the ministry deciding where the money to be taken by who, or who makes the most noise, or decide who is a friend of who, it becomes problematic. How I wish we could take all this amount to NGCDF and proper development is going to be felt. Just like now, what the work the office of the NGCDF has done in our schools in Kenya. If you go to every school, you will see a classroom, a building, a dormitory by NGCDF. That shows that it is a success story. Why can't we follow the same and put more money so that the infrastructure in the schools can develop, and that way we are not going to have issues of inequality. Another issue is this business of putting hierarchies in schools. We have extra county, national. We should do away with such and have Kenyan schools where, whichever they are, whether they are in Mandera, whether there is wherever, we should have Kenyan schools, uniformity, so that if it is Alliance Secondary School. If it is a school in Moiben, for example, Kapkei school, it is Kapkei school, so that our children will start feeling that they are equal, so that when I am putting on uniform of a school in Moiben, another one in Alliance, it is the same, or possibly we could have similar uniforms, so that it is just like the buses. All the buses are yellow, all our uniforms should be the same. The only difference between a student should be the admission number or the index number. That is when we will start thinking about uniformity. So what we should be doing is that we should be supporting this system of education and putting more resources and seeing where things are not working. Otherwise, destroying it or saying it will not be a success, it is like throwing away the baby and the bathwater. But what we should be looking at is seeing, streamlining it and making it a success story. A system cannot just, we can never have a time when we are saying we are very ready now, let's change the curriculum. It has to be done systematically. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My time is up.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Charles Ngusia, member for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this. And because of the interest of time, I will take only 2 minutes. First, congratulations to my colleague, Rook, for bringing up this motion. Madam Speaker, we all agree that this education sector has really been run with so many individual ideas without lacking proper consultation of stakeholders. For the last 5 years, when I've been in Parliament, we have seen the issues of 100% transition. There's delocalization, then CBC, then JSS. All these issues taking place in just shortest time possible. And Madam Speaker, we all agree that the right idea can actually be a wrong idea if it is not done at the right time, Madam Speaker. I am here to support this motion, and how I wish the honorable member was elected 10 years ago, actually to come up with this proper policy. Coming from a constituency which is already marginalized in terms of everything, Madam Speaker, we have witnessed this implementation of the JSS system being done in a manner that is not really comforting to our parents. If you look at the number of schools which have been selected to have this JSS, we leave so many without considering the distance our pupil and students are traveling from one school to another. And I am thinking this issue of JSS needs to be actually revised and have it domiciled in all primary schools so that we can shorten the distance our students are facing. Madam Speaker, most of the schools in our country, not even in my constituency alone, lacks proper infrastructure to implement this thing. Some of the schools even don't have laboratories. Some of the schools don't even have adequate teachers. Even the teachers we recruited recently, they have not really been trained to perform this curriculum-based thing, Madam Speaker. I am calling upon, again, we go back to the drawing board, the way honorable members suggested, to come up with proper structured policy to implement this issue. And I could have actually spoken more time, taken more time, but due to the interest of time, Madam Speaker, let me support and urge the honorable member actually to move further and make sure these issues is proposed and are properly implemented by education sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The last opportunity on this motion will be the member for Mhaya, the Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief also. One, let me begin by congratulating the teachers of Kenya who are toiling with the CBC and junior secondary school with no facilities, and kind of nobody now remembers them and imagines that everything happening in the schools is because of them, while the truth is that there's no money going to schools, and therefore they are unable to get the equipment that they need to use to teach the children of this country. And the real matter lies with the fact that all we need in our schools is funding. The teachers have no problem. In fact, many speakers are speaking about how many chicken are being sent to school, but they forget that sometimes they also invite cow dung to be taken along by the students to schools. Number one, Honorable Speaker, the education system must change with time. And indeed, the system we had for A-level cannot be the one that is working today. The system of 844 has outlived its time because it's a factory manufacturing many students who cannot get employment, and it's theoretical. So the need for change is true and is a reality which you cannot run away. Honorable Speaker, I therefore ask the House that we must embrace the new system of CBC, because that's the modern way to go in the education system. Despite the many challenges it has, it is the correct way to go because it will build skills, it will build technologies, information, and how a person can carry himself around in the society without depending on white-collar employment. But then it has got its challenges. Honorable Speaker, I would wish to say that what we envisaged in the CBC is that every school should be having a full school. What you are calling basic education must begin from ECD to primary, to junior secondary, and even what we are calling secondary. That will be a standard school, Honorable Speaker, that should be equal in the whole country. We are envisaging that this will enable the government fund schools equally, so that the funding of a rural primary and the funding of Mangu is the same, and the provision of education at those levels is actually the same. And that's how education will be an equalizer. I would want to ask this parliament to actually support CBC, because this is what will bring money and development to your small schools and grow them to the level of alliance. There's a danger ahead which I must point out, and that's why Ruku is right. The ministry imagines that the 2 years that the students are in the junior secondary is too long. But let me caution that 1 year is already gone. In the next year, the children who are in the junior secondary must be leaving the junior secondary to another pathways. Yet there's no policy and pathway of how they will operate. So again, when we finish the next year, we shall be in a crisis of how they'll enter the schooling. It is very important that a policy be made quickly, whereby all the 3 pathways, and there are 3, one of them is called STEM. The STEM one is the science and the one that teaches theory and science and technology. The other one is arts and performing arts. The other one is social sciences. A policy must be made quickly so that by next year, we know that all schools also have these 3 pathways, so that all schools are equal and they are moving at the same level. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, we must start thinking extraordinary. Remove this kasumba we have in ourselves of boarding schools. The boarding schools must quickly die, and we have standard schools that are equal for every area, every student, and every region. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Omboko. Honorable members, you know this is a house of rules, and one of the rules concerns time. So now I call upon the mover to reply. For the honorable members who have expressed interest, several of you, we are going to rely on the magnanimity of the mover. Honorable Ruku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request, Madam Speaker, to donate a few minutes, each member 1 minute. I donate 1 minute to Honorable Kasungu, Honorable Stroyer, Honorable Emesa, Teso South, Honorable Deco, Honorable Victor Mandazi, Honorable Double N, Honorable John Makari, Honorable Daniel Wangwa of Wabuya, and we have only 10 minutes. And Honorable Bensunda, 1 minute each. Then, Madam Speaker, I remain with 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to follow the order. I will start with the Honorable Ameso. Let's try to trace them. If your name has been given, please go to the intervention button so that we can see you from the screen. Is it Mary Amasi? Yes, please proceed, Mary. Honorable Mary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, I want to thank the Honorable Ruku for the motion, and whereas I support the prayers that there is need to establish facilities to allow for implementation of GSS in all schools, there is need for a proper funding plan. There is need for a proper implementation policy framework. But allow me to draw the attention of the members to the aspect of quality. As we stand today, we are losing a generation, honorable members, especially in the public schools where GSS is being implemented. Members have already alluded to the fact that only 1 teacher was posted. And I think it was even ill-advised to post secondary school trained teachers to teach GSS. Because quoting the words that have been sent to by one of the teachers, they are saying they are being subjected to a very difficult situation, having forced to teach subjects that you are not professionally trained for. It is frustrating, it is belittling, it is demoralizing, just to mention the list. So if the teacher is demotivated, it is 1 teacher teaching all the subjects. What is the quality? So what I want to propose, that the ministry must first assess the progress of
Honorable Kazungu, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wish to add my voice to this motion. First, by saying from the onset that I support this motion, and also take this opportunity to thank the mover of this motion, Honorable Ruku, for bringing a very timely motion into this House. And again, I want to thank the GSS teachers in this country for working very hard under very extraneous conditions, because you can imagine, Madam Speaker, teaching 14 subjects per teacher. It is very difficult, but they have really tried their best. Madam Speaker, GSS was a very good program, but it was rushed, or we can say it was hurriedly implemented. As a result, we have students who have wasted 1 year, because since it started up to now, we are almost doing 1 year, but
Honorable Bensouda. Honorable Bensouda, we would like you to be on record, so please wait for the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the good guidance. I want to talk about something which I'm grounded in. First of all, I support the motion which has been brought by the Honorable Member on the amendments which are supposed to be done. First of all, I want to say that competency-based curriculum was a very good concept, excellent concept, was not timely implemented for this country. Too much rush without consideration of the basic needs and requirements, and without doing thorough need analysis to know the status of this country in terms of education. I want to say that even the 844 system that we had was equally a system that was grounded to specialization. There was agriculture. I think I was amongst the first.
The Honorable, sorry, your time is over. The Honorable Double N from Embu County.
Yes.
Opportunity right now is for the Honorable Double N.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the motion by my MP, Honorable Roku. I wish to state that the CBC curriculum is not bad, and it was not bad, but the manner in which it was implemented was in a hurry, and people are not given an opportunity to ventilate on it. I wish that there was enough public participation from the parents and the teachers, so that during the implementation period, it would have been a smooth ride. Honorable Speaker, as I sit down, I want to say that the junior secondary education and the students, they are half-baked. If you talk to them, they'll tell you that they didn't know nothing. The teachers don't know anything.
The Honorable Deco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Honorable Ruku, for giving me this opportunity. We have all agreed, Madam Speaker, the challenges that the CBC and junior secondary schools are facing in terms of classrooms, laboratory, equipment, workshops, and infrastructure development for all these, and the lack of teaching staff for this program. Therefore, we might talk a lot. We have been here since 9:30 talking the same thing. All the members who contributed to this debate all talked about the same thing. But it all boils down to resource allocation. It is for this House, and we want to ask Honorable Ruku to follow it up such that we have an affirmative action for funding, affirmative funding for this program. That is the only way we can actually realize all the challenges we have talked about. So for me, my contribution will be to Honorable Ruku to proceed not only.
The Honorable Mwalika, member for Kitui Rural. Honorable Johanna Ngeno. The Honorable Lengurus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the motion on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, as has been said by majority of the members, that this program, the CBC program, has been one of the best programs for this country, for the education of this country, though it has come up with so many challenges: the infrastructure, the distance from the schools, lack of classrooms, lack of laboratories, not enough teachers, and the ministry has a lot to do in order to ensure that we give the best to our children. I would like to request the Ministry of Education to consider the infrastructure and funding these schools that are offering this kind of the CBC program for our children to get the benefit of it. I'll also request the Ministry of Education that the teachers, majority of the teachers who have been teaching in Samburu County have been transferred back to their counties, and those from Samburu who are still working.
The Honorable John Makali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity, and to Honorable Ruku for giving me 1 minute. CBC is here with us, and to ensure that the boat of CBC does not capsize, we need to do 3 things. 1, the Ministry of Education should clearly come out with clear-cut regulations and guidelines on how the infrastructure funds are used, so that we can be able to develop infrastructure in our schools to support JSS. 2, financing, capitation. Capitation is not released in good time to enable the teachers run the schools. The Ministry of Education should be able to develop clear-cut guidelines to ensure that capitation is released in good time, so that teachers and head teachers are not forced to levy illegal levies on parents to ensure that, that the students remain in schools. 3, human resource base. Teachers, the Teacher Service Commission should, with immediate effect, now that we have unpacked the budget for the 2023-24 financial year, to recruit teachers who can be able to teach in junior secondary.
Honorable Daniel Wanyama. The Honorable Victor Koech, member for Chepalungu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ruku, for this particular policy. As I stand to support your policy and funding mechanism for the same, we should, as a country, look into the criteria that we're using to select the schools that are offering this particular program. Madam Speaker, we cannot continue offering this particular program without proper infrastructure in our schools. The laboratories are lacking, the staff rooms are lacking, we don't have enough teachers in our schools. And for a proper facilitation of the same, we should have a clear funding from the government. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for keeping time to 1 minute. I would like to call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And you have only 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to thank the members who have really supported this motion, the motion which is of national importance as far as the education sector of our children is concerned. They have agreed on challenges the education is facing at the moment, especially in junior secondary education, inadequate infrastructure, inadequate teacher training, limited access to technology, lack of parental and community involvement, overburdening the parent, curriculum overload. Madam Speaker, it is important to have a way forward on ensuring that the competence-based curriculum at the junior secondary school is well implemented by having an implementation of a very comprehensive framework of curriculum development, of ensuring we have enough teachers at junior secondary schools who are well-trained and extremely competent, to ensure we have enough running resources in our schools, as well as we have a proper monitoring and evaluation framework, and we ensure we have parent and community involvement. Madam Speaker, you realize also that we need to, as the members have said, we need to have a legal framework. There will be a need probably in the future, and I'm going to take this forward in amending the Education Act of 2012 to ensure assessment and evaluation is well done, and more importantly, Madam Speaker, the funding of the junior secondary school is to be well considered by the government so that there can be sustainability, good governance, access to curriculum support materials, and also pedagogical approaches. And also we look at public-private partnership in implementing this framework, and inclusion and equity in education, especially in arid and semi-arid areas and people living with disabilities. Madam Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Ruku. Yes. What is out of order?
Oh. Madam Speaker, whereas I acknowledge the interests generated by this motion by my friend Honorable Ruku, and how I wish we could have an extended time, especially on motions of this nature. But I'm drawing your attention, Honorable Speaker, to Standing Order number 53, to defer putting the question to tomorrow, so that we can be moved appropriately on this most important motion. I thank you.
Well, honorable members, I direct that the question to be deferred to another sitting, as it will be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 14, the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022, second reading.
Honorable members, the member who is supposed to put that motion is absent, so the motion is deferred. Next order.
Order number 15, the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2022, second reading.
The Honorable David Gekaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to move this amendment. Honorable Speaker, I come from a constituency that is urban, and my constituency, Honorable Speaker, has quite a number of activities which, of course, my constituents use to put some food on their table. But at the same time, Honorable Speaker, these activities, legal as they are being used by the police all the time to harass innocent Kenyans who are looking for a living, for them to be able to earn a living. Honorable Speaker, my intention is to amend the Penal Code subsection to remove some very colonial offensive charges which were placed during our colonial times. Honorable Speaker, you understand that the Constitution has given us freedom, the right, that freedom of rights to persons who lives in the country. And one of that is freedom of association and freedom of movement. But at the same time, this penal code, Honorable Speaker, it is being used by police to continuously harass Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, the principal object of the bill is to amend the Penal Code, Cap 63, by repealing Section 182, which proscribes the offenses of idle and disorderly persons. The law enforcers have often used Section 182 to harass innocent members of the public. Honorable Speaker, offenses like loitering, When I look at the dictionary in the Oxford, it is that you're just moving around without a purpose. Honorable Speaker, there is a right under our Constitution for every Kenyan has a right of movement. And so, for whatever time, at whatever place, as long as, of course, you have no bad intention. But you find the police, if you are arrested by a police or if they want to mop up some people out of an urban area, the offenses that are normally rushed to this section. The statement on the delegation of legislative powers and limitation on fundamental rights and freedom. And that is basically what, Madam Speaker, I'm moving this. I had moved this same amendment in the 12th Parliament, but of course it lapsed before it had gotten to the point of where it was going to get the accent by the President. Of course, the bill has nothing to do with county governments, Honourable Speaker, but it's also a money bill by the meaning of Article 114 of the Constitution. Honourable Chair, you know, there is some little money. If you look at all those offences which are under Section 182, the maximum fine is a month, a jail term of a month, or a fine of 100 Kenya shillings. But, Honourable Speaker, you find if I am arrested and the police have no charge against me and they put loitering, and I go before a judge, we are surprised that some of these judges have gone to an extent of even fining, giving a fine of up to between 5,000 to 10,000. Yet the law stipulates very clearly how much is the maximum cash penalty that a person is supposed to be charged. From the report before, because I went before the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, it is that when I presented my amendment, it attracted 9 memorandums from the public and different stakeholders, some of whom are the judiciary, the human rights, IPOA, the National Police Service, the Attorney General, LSK, Urai Trust, and so many others. And to be honest, Honourable Speaker, if you look at the submissions, other than the National Police Service, all the others did support. And the National Police Service are supporting this because they know what they do. It is for purposes only meant for harassing innocent Kenyans, for purposes of one of the issues that they normally use all the time, Honourable Speaker, is that I have so many matatu terminals. And then because of toting, they call it toting, that if you're advertising for a particular transportation circle or company within the stage, just like what other people do using, you know, those big microphones and other advertisement modes, my people are arrested and they're taken to court for toting. And yet, he's doing nothing other than saying, this vehicle is headed to Nairobi. Please board this vehicle instead of the other. So these are some of the issues that, Honourable Speaker, that I moved this amendment to be able to address particularly to address the unconstitutionality of these offences in the penal code, Honourable Speaker. So I don't want to dwell so much on this, but I just want to say that, yes, the police have been using this to harass the public and infringe on the fundamental human rights and freedom. Honourable Speaker, I like what a few of, particularly the judiciary and one of the stakeholders put. And he said that petty offenses, instead of arresting, what we need to do as a country is to try and address the root cause of poverty and other forms of marginalization rather than criminalizing activities that are caused by poverty and marginalization. Honourable Speaker, the proposal seeks that these petty offences And of course, they are just in line with people trying to earn a living out of what they are doing. So I beg, Honorable Speaker, that as we look at this amendment, I ask my colleagues to look at it seriously, that it's an unconstitutional, first of all, but at the same time, it is affecting that very important fundamental human rights and freedom of Kenyans who are just out there trying to earn a living. So without much ado, Honorable Speaker, it's a small amendment that I seek my colleagues to support me so that it doesn't not only happen in my constituency as an urban place, it happens almost everywhere where and I remember when I once was a mayor in one of the cities in this country, and most of the time when we didn't have money, we would use this to collect money. And we would say, go and bring as many as you can. It doesn't matter. Even if I'm going to arrest you as a member of parliament, you're passing, utaenda kujitetea kwa judge. So we used to mop up to collect money. Honorable Speaker, I think that was bad manners, which I regret. And I think it's time for us to stop that kind of behavior. Any person using these provisions of the law to try and harass innocent Kenyans who are just out there trying to earn a living. A young person trying to go and earn a living in a matatu and is charged for toting. And he has uniform, he has a badge from that circle, but the police will not hear that, and the judge will not hear that. And it is unfortunate that we keep on trying to get. I once took a lawyer to defend one, and when the judge pronounced the 5,000, when the lawyer stood up to proclaim that the offense, yes.
In your moving, you seem to be making many confessions.
Yes, those are some of the issues that used to happen when I was a bad boy, but I've since changed. These days, I'm always in my three-piece suit. If you go home, you'll never find me anymore in shorts and slippers. It is also age has caught up with me. And I was a little bit worried yesterday when there was a motion about a nominee of SRC. And she was kicked out because of age. And I was wondering, Attorney, you're headed there. So don't castigate old people. I'm almost now headed to 60. And now if I'll come here for a job and I'm told I'm too old, I cannot be able to get that job just because of my age. But of course, your colleague, Honorable Speaker Kaluma, in the Speaker's panel, did say also, I think Section 24 of the same Constitution gives the maximum retirement age. So it is true, I was a bad person, but now I've really changed. And I thank God for giving me that time to be able to see the light before I was caught up in that bad manners. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I ask my colleague, a young man, Honorable Lotte from Kacheliba, to second.
Member for Kacheliba.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Gikaria, for pushing for this. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya is the supreme law in this country. It supersedes everything, Honorable Speaker. And I think if you have ever been arrested by the police know much more of the penal code than anything that is in our Constitution. And I want to take us to section number 21 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, because this is what needs to be the supreme law that needs to be looked at before we even look at anything else. This section 182 of the Penal Code has actually been misused several times, Honorable Speaker, by the police. And I think many people are actually driven to poverty because of the enactment or misenactment of this section 182 of the Penal Code. Madam Speaker, I think about the very person that is struggling in this society, and the president of this country has said he wants to elevate the livelihoods of the mama bogas and the boda and the matatu people. You find that they are the people that are being targeted most of the times by the police because of this section 182 of the Penal Code. And when I look through the Constitution, Madam Speaker, I actually look at this section number 21. I will want to read this bit of the Constitution a little bit so that it can enlighten us about what the Constitution say about the Bill of Rights. In this section, Madam Speaker, section 21, or Article 21 of our Constitution number 1 says the following, and I want us to look at it, so that as we seek to remove this 182 of the Penal Code, we are guided. It says that it is the fundamental duty of the state and every state organ to observe, respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights and the fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights. It is the fundamental duty of the state and its organs. If you look at 21.3, it says all state organs and all public officers have the duty to address the needs of vulnerable groups within society, including women, older members of the society, persons with disability, children, youth, members of the minority, and the marginalized. These are the very same people that are being targeted by the police through this penal code, section number 182. And if we want to improve the livelihoods of these people that is enshrined in our Constitution, we need to remove this part of the penal code that is being misused. Madam Speaker, if you look at the Kachaliba constituency where I come from, many people that have left issues of banditry, many people that never went to school have actually gone into border business. Many people have actually gone into the businesses of doing livestock trading. But the police are driving these people back to banditry because they are actually arrested in very petty matter. They are told the borders are making noise. They are told they are disorderly. They don't have a parking space. They are told that the livestock that they are driving are actually probably suspected property of stolen property. Yet, these are people that are trying to get a living and also contribute to the tax of this country. This section of the penal code that the police think so much about is being misused, Madam Speaker. And I ask this House to consider removing this completely. Because again, when the police arrest these people, while as the penal code suggests a penalty of 100 shillings, the police will also impose penalties of 5,000, 20,000 to the people that have nothing, Madam Speaker. And they are adding salt into injury by taking this country to the dungeons. This is the place that is being misused by our police, and this is what I'm supporting the chair, that we need to remove this completely because this is a misuse and it's against our Constitution, Madam Speaker. With this, I support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lote. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2022 be read a second time. Honorable members, I see several people on the screen that are out of the House, so I request that if you intend to speak on this motion, please go to the intervention, click the intervention button. Honorable Ibrahim Sanei, member for Wajir North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Actually, the penal code is a product, a very old product of the colonial regime. And if you look, if you have a thorough discernment of what it entails, you will realize that it is still a colonial outfit. The colonial kind of mentality. The words they use in the penal code: loitering, torturing, drunkenness, indecent act, behaving in a manner to procure prostitution. All these are ambiguous words. They are English, but they have no relevance. Interpretation is actually hard. And this gives judges the latitude to give discretion, wide discretion in their own judgments. I believe time has come that we review the penal code in the light of our freedoms and rights and liberties as stipulated in our 2010 Constitution, which is very rather progressive and a wonderful document. Madam Speaker, I want to say there is much ambiguity on these terms. And this amendment has come the right time, and I want to congratulate my colleague, Honorable Gikaria, for being forthright in thinking for the welfare of Kenyans. Most hustlers have borne the brunt of the police service. Every weekend on Friday, police vehicles go around getting people who exercise their rights and freedoms, the right to associate, the right to move, the right to do that, all that appertains within their lives, aching at least a living, has been curtailed for sure because of these aspects of the penal code. This has contributed to the hustlers not contributing to the economic well-being of this country. The hustlers have to move in and work, make a living 24/7 without any interruption. Unless one is a thug, unless one is an armed robber, any Kenyan is free to move 24/7. We are looking forward to a 24/7 economy without any restriction. Nobody can impose restriction to any Kenyan in as far as their movements and the work they do, so long as it is within the framework of our law. Madam Speaker, this kind of penalties in our penal code has contributed to the backlog that is being faced by the judiciary. It has contributed to the congestion in our prison service, our correctional services. You know, people just being put behind the bars over the weekend, some with trumped-up charges. This is uncalled for. It is draconian, unacceptable, and I think actually it is a belated amendment. It's a belated amendment. It should have come a long time ago, and it is not only limited to this aspect as suggested by my colleague, Honorable Kigaria. We need to do much into the penal code. Much into the penal. I don't know why they should talk of prostitution. In law, prostitution is not illegal. Yet they tell you living on the earning of prostitution is an illegality. I don't know what that means in English. That is playing around with our mind. If prostitution is not illegal, how can it is earning on prostitution be illegal in the penal code? I think we need to harmonize them so that they are in consonance with the spirit of our Constitution, and we can decipher what it really means. Otherwise, prostitution cannot be legal on one hand and illegal in some other aspects. Without much ado, I want to support my colleague. I want to say this is what breeds corruption. This is what brings our police service in bad light. This should be actually supported by all members. And I ask my colleague Gikaria, in as much as he has no legal background, I know he's an accountant. It is wonderful to see him bring such amendments which has serious legal implications to go further and actually amend that which we feel is offensive, unfriendly, and infringes on the rights and the freedom of Kenyans. Thank you very much. I support.
Okay. Thank you very much. The Honorable Samuel Atandi, member for Alego Usonga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I wasn't ready to speak, but let me just make a comment on the proposed legislation. And I want to say that I support the legislation. Madam Speaker, it is time we reviewed the penal code in its entirety. Because the penal code has various offenses, if you look at them, Madam Speaker. Offenses such as unauthorized uniforms, that you could dress in a certain uniform and then you are told that particular uniform is not authorized. And more particularly on this one, the one section 182, that is basically, if you look at the law, it's talking about nuisances and offenses against health and convenience. That is section 175. Section 182 is talking about idle and disorderly persons. And you ask yourself, how does a sane person get disorderly or idle? We have cases, Madam Speaker, where you find that you are in town or you are waiting, you are at a particular place in a stage, and you are waiting to meet somebody, and the police comes and police tells you that, you know, you are under arrest because you are not supposed to be here. I think these are some of the offenses that we don't need to have, particularly at this time when you have a new constitution that gives us freedoms of association and movement. And so I would like to say that this is a timely proposal which this House needs to support, and I do support it. And I think we need to overall look at the penal code as a whole and see how we can tamper with certain aspects of offenses that we don't need to have at this particular point in time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, member for Kwanza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on onset, I want to thank the Honorable Kitari for having come up with this, because, Madam Speaker, I think this is an issue that actually should be scrutinized thoroughly, because what happens is that people, or rather the policemen who are idle out there, we're talking about the police forces, they idle out there and they are looking for bribes. Of course, are poorly paid sometimes, and we know that. Payment of salaries is also an issue here. And so you find yourself in problems, or somebody, as leader, somebody has been arrested, and then they say they ask to come to you, and they want some assistance. Then you get to the police station, and you ask, what happened here? I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I've had so many of those cases, and they can't explain themselves. And so, therefore, I think, Honorable David Kidari, I want you to come, particularly the areas where we find the penal code that have been misused. I'm not a lawyer, the only lawyer I know. So that can be able to amend this in maybe the committee of the whole House, to be able to know which ones can be moved, so that people are not punished for the sake of it. I know, Madam Speaker, that they sometimes misuse the big words, and somebody out there doesn't even know what it means, just obeys the law because he has been arrested by the police, and therefore just obeys, and of course, he is taken to court, and I've had cases we go to court, and the prosecutors are unable to put a case forward for justification of arresting this particular person. And therefore, I think, Madam Speaker, this is something that is very serious. We want to live in a peaceful country. Of course, again, we ourselves are to blame as leaders. We have not been able to empower our youths in this country, and most people who actually have no jobs. And so they are found in the wrong place, and they offend those who are entrusted with keeping the laws, and they say, okay, fine, you actually are breaking the law because you didn't know what is happening. So we need to streamline some of these things. As mentioned by some of the colleagues, Madam Speaker, some of these are old. They were there during the colonial days and are being used up to today. Cases like this should be looked at, because the other time I was called by the relative of somebody who has been arrested, and when I went to see the person, there was no mistake, there was no offense at all. So some of these colonial codes, what have you, should be gotten rid of so they can be able to have clean penalty codes, which actually somebody is accused, or if somebody, even if he didn't know what it is, even if he's not a lawyer, he can't misinterpret, but he can know that, yes, it's something that can be understood even by people who actually do not know about the law of this country. So my suggestion as we move forward, Madam Speaker, is that Honorable Kidari should be able to have a meeting, maybe come, I'm just suggesting, so that's the way forward, but be able to look at specific penalty codes so that have been misused, particularly by the police forces, and even some of the administrators, chiefs and assistant chiefs. Of course, they are the ones who blow the alarm that, okay, fine, so and so has made this mistake. And when you go to it, it's a laughing matter. So, Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to say that I'm supporting this particular motion, and we look forward for this bill to be amended so that we can scrutinize areas that are ambiguous, they do not have head and tail for the current situation today. I support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Stephen Mogaka, member for West Mugirango.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this amendment to the Penal Code, and I thank the promoter, Honorable Gikaria, for taking a bold step to start cleaning up our Penal Code. Our Penal Code is infested with a lot of archaic laws, majority of them which fly in the face of the express articles of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, loitering and other useless laws that impede the freedom of movement of any Kenyan have no business being in our Penal Code under the 2010 Constitution. And I agree that we need to overhaul our Penal Code and include serious offenses that are occurring today, which are blue-collar crimes, where people are doing electronic theft, electronic corruption, electronic transfer of funds illegally from country to country. But to continue having such archaic laws and to allow our security agencies, particularly the police, to abuse these laws to restrict people's freedom of movement is the wrong thing to do. And I really commend Honorable Gikaria and encourage him that as soon as we pass this amendment, please pick another offending provision of the Penal Code so that we can gradually be known as the 13th Parliament that looked at these colonial laws and removed from them. Because I do remember acts like the Witchcraft Act, which was abused because African herbal medicine and practices were being made illegal, and the Kenyans would be just picked like that and charged with witchcraft. And I want to say, as a proud African, that even black magic is magic. We cannot continue calling things Africa by evil names and criminalizing such acts. And therefore, I support this motion and encourage the House when we come to vote very quickly, and then we look at the other abusive provisions of the Penal Code so that we clean them up and know that Kenyans will walk free and not have a police officer arresting you and charging you with nothing. Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you very much, Member for Mugirango.
Speaker, I support.
Thank you very much, Member for Mugirango. The Honorable Magale Chiforomondo, Member for Lungalunga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to, first of all, thank Honorable Gikaria for his timely presentation of the amendment. Honorable Speaker, The penal code has been misused for long. This code is oppressive, it is outdated, it is draconian. The people of Kenya have been twisted round and round. They are being told they are loitering. It is as if walking in Kenya at your own time is a crime, going by the penal code. It is disturbing to see Kenyans are being terrorized by the so-called police and even our courts, just being mounted on with very, very simple issues, and now that their time are being wasted or is being wasted, being taken to court, taken round and round, and at the end of it all, they are being fined just for nothing. I don't think it's right if somebody is found in the streets and he is considered to be a criminal without any reason. I want to cite very live examples from where I come from, Lunga constituency, for example. There are this called border patrol, the border patrol unit, which when they go around and find people doing their daily work, they start harassing them. They tell them they are Tanzanians. When they produce IDs, they are told they are selling charcoals. When they prove that they are not selling charcoals, something else is being created out of them. And I think this amendment has come at the right time so that we free our people out of these so-called law enforcers and the courts. We are yearning to see the freedom. So we are supporting the amendment so that the penal code, we either, if we don't do away with it, but we also improve so that we as Kenyans now live as people who are free in their own country, not people who do walk in fear, people who just, when we see police, it's like we've seen enemies. We want to be friends. We want to work with the police, yes, but then all this will be through the approval of this amendment through this House. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi, Member for Westlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity also to contribute this. Madam Speaker, I'm a lawyer, and in our statutes, there's so many archaic laws that were passed by the colonial just to suit their own interests. Madam Speaker, you remember even during the COVID-19, the law that was used for the president to declare curfews, it was a very, very old law that was passed, I think, in 1929, something like that, that had to use to impose curfews in the country. There are many other things. There's something called vagabonds, whereby you find that somebody who just found in town, if you don't have any money in your pocket and you're just loitering around, you can be arrested. There's something called loitering with intent. I don't know how they used to know that somebody who is walking around town, he has got some intention to do something that is not right. So I think this amendment is quite timely, and I think we just need to clean up those in the penal code and some other statutes that are still in existence, but they have been overtaken by time, so that we come up with laws that does not abuse the rights of our people. And many times we've seen, like I represent the urban constituency. Madam Speaker, you find, if you go to industrial area, you find people there arrested for crimes that does not even exist. So you find they are there, they are rotting away. They cannot even pay those small fines. And this is just creating injustice. And we just need to find out how do we even decongest our prisons by removing some of these laws. Some of those things can even be dealt with at just at communal work. People can be given communal work and go home instead of going put in the prison. So this is a good amendment, and Madam Speaker, we need to support it and then find a way of even now looking more in our statutes to remove these archaic laws that are used to frustrate people and molest people. Madam Speaker, was once when I was in South Africa and I went to Soweto. And when you're in Soweto, the apartheid regime, when they were removing soil from the mines, they had to go and put a heap of soil just to prevent people that they cannot even look at the city. Looking at the city was even criminal. So you can imagine in your own country, and you are even being prevented that you cannot go to. You cannot go to Johannesburg from Soweto because they imagine that black people are criminals by nature. You are born a criminal. So anywhere you appear, Madam Speaker, you are a suspect. So these are some of the things that was the mindset of the racist colonialists had to use these laws, Madam Speaker, to frustrate the Africans. And sometimes, if you look at even the Chiefs Act is the one that they used to use even to detain people, because some of those sections were not found anywhere. There was once even the late Honorable Ototo was arrested for something called warlike activities. If you search that law in our study, it doesn't exist. But he was arrested and detained for that, and he was the only person who has ever been detained for that kind of crime, Madam Speaker. So it is something that we must do and look at how we can clean up our statutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me, and I want to also thank Honorable Kikaria for bringing this amendment, and we need to do even more so that we clean up our statutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Westlands. The Honorable Jessica Mbalu, Member for Kibwezi East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by saying that I want to congratulate the Honorable David Gikaria, who is also my chairperson of the Committee on Environment, for coming up with this proposed amendment on the Penal Code. That is the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 23, and encourage even others to come up with such amendments. Madam Speaker, we've noted that the laws that were used in the colonial time, as my other colleagues have said, they are not aligned to some of the current situations, and especially the well-cited ones in the police sector, Madam Speaker. And the intention of our honorable member is to ensure that we clean up such laws, we align them with the current situations, and of course the policies that have been put place in the relevant departments. Madam Speaker, as members have said, in the police sector, and I want to quote, when you go to the Makueni police, where we have a lot of the prison, most of our members, most of our constituents, they have stayed there for many years, for a long time, and the police are even having a problem of explaining exactly what the constituents or our people have been able to, the laws that they have broken. So, Madam Speaker, this is very frustrating, and it is very encouraging as we congratulate the honorable member. So much has been happening. So many laws have been made in this parliament and other previous parliaments that are not aligned, of course, to the current situation, the policies that we've been able to do. And in fact, we also need to do a lot of sensitization to our departments, like even the police, on the current situation and the current laws that we do make in this house. And because of the interest of time, so much has been said, but it is the amendment is very straightforward, and I want to say I support it and congratulate the Honorable Gikaria for coming up with this amendment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jessica Mbalu. The Honorable Bidu Tumbi, member for Isiolo South. Out of the House. The Honorable Edith Nyenze, member for Kitui West.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate our colleague for actually recommending this amendment on the penal code. Actually, what there has been is that there's been a lot of harassment from the police officers. And we are yet to see what they have said, that the police sector will turn to be a service. And we are yet to see them, the police officers, being friendly to the people and giving the service which is required to give to the people. But with such penal codes, then this gives the police officers strength and the mandate to really keep on harassing the people of Kenya. Yet, during this time, actually we expect the police officers to be friendly, to even lead our people, to even try to educate them on what they are supposed to do. But in a sense, we see a lot of harassment. We know that the cost of living is very high. And with the cost of living being that high, everyone is trying to fend for themselves. They are trying to ensure that their family gets at least hunger at the end of the day. But when, especially the borders, the mamambogas, the people who are really getting harassed by these policemen, when they collect the whole day, they work and get very little, which is not enough for a meal for a day. But at the end of the day, you see a police officer harassing them on a very flimsy excuses, and they want actually to be bribed with money, which is even higher than what they have earned that particular day. This is very frustrating, and that's why we need to actually get rid of these old laws, which are harassment and contributing to the harassment of our people. So that's why I congratulate my colleague, Gikaria, and say that this is the right time to even look at other penal codes and other amendments in the law which should be changed to actually line with the time. But after saying that, I would also say that we should also be careful that we will not let also our security be compromised. Because we need the security, we need our people to be orderly. So in doing so and taking care of our people not to be harassed as they do their work freely, as they move in Kenya freely, we should also be careful to ensure that there is no compromise on security. Because other people can also take advantage, and instead of doing the right thing, then they go against the law. But Madam Speaker, I support and say that there should always be proof. If one is arrested by the police, there should always be proof on why they have been harassed and on why they have been arrested. Because sometimes you are arrested, and then other people, I mean, in the book, in the report book, it's written something else very different on why you have been arrested by the police. Otherwise, I support and congratulate my colleague. Thank you.
What is out of order, Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi?
Madam Chair, Speaker, I was just inquiring from the move of this bill. Am I in order to ask him to sit with the Justice and Legal Affairs so that I can come up with some of these useless colonial penal codes that we can get rid of in terms of cleaning up our constitution? Is it in order that to ask him to do that? Because I've already contributed and I can see everybody just talk about the all penal codes. Thank you.
Honorable Wanyonyi. Honorable Wanyonyi, you have contributed to this bill, to the amendment. Well, you did not say that, but it's nothing out of order. But I would have said it better when you are contributing. Also, this bill was exposed to the relevant committee, and I believe those are some of the issues that were raised. And also, I listened to the Honorable Gikaria when he was moving the motion for amendment of the Penal Code bill. He also raised that there are many other sections of the Penal Code Act that require amendment. Honorable members, it is now time to adjourn the House, and the time being 1 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today, Wednesday, the 5th of July, 2023, 2:30 p.m. Thank you, honorable members.
Yesterday, CAS's judges deal Ruto body blow. President William Ruto is between a rock and a hard place on what he'll use to reward his cronies after the courts found the chief administrative secretary position unconstitutional. The move will save taxpayers some 187 million shillings in salaries over the 4 years that they would have served. It's only 187 million.
Grand scheme of things.
Surely.
It's not really. A bit of a splash, but not a deluge. Just
so much. All right. So this matter was taken to court.
Your dealing, if you're proposing water to drink, where are we as a country? And then
wildlife species, and the bill does not delegate legislative powers, nor does it limit fundamental rights and freedom. The bill also does not concern county governments, that is in terms of Article 109(5) of the Constitution, as it does not contain provisions that affect the functions and maybe powers of the county governments as set out in the 4th schedule of the Constitution. Also the 4th schedule of the Constitution that also provide the protection of the environment as well as the protections of animals and wildlife as its national government function. The enactment of this bill shall not occasionally add additional expenditure of the public funds. That is the first considerations today on the order paper. And secondly, there is the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, that of the National Assembly, number 5 of 2023. This is the bill that was brought by Makalu Mulu, the Member of Parliament for Kitui Central. The bill is in its first reading. And the objective of the bill is to amend the Parliamentary Pensions Act, that of CAP 196. It proposes to raise the amount of pension due to former members of parliament who served between maybe 1st July 1984 and 1st January 2001 to a minimum sum of Kenya shillings 100,000. This is in light of the fact that despite serving the nation as a member of parliament and representing the people from the constituencies that they were elected in, some former members of parliament are languishing in poverty, and there is need to take care of their welfare. The changes also are in line with the recommendations of Akiwumi Tribunal, which was appointed in January 2009 by the Parliamentary Service Commission to review the terms and conditions of service of the members and employees of Parliament. The tribunal had submitted its report in November 19, 2009, in which one of the recommendations was that the 500 former members of Parliament to be paid the equivalent of 100,000 each as living persons with effective 1st July 2010. That is, the Parliamentary Service Commission adopted the report in June 2010 and resolved that any of the said former members of Parliament earning a monthly pension of less than 100,000 shillings to be paid a monthly pension of 100,000 shillings. The clause 2 of the bill also provides the amendment to Section 8 of the Act that provides that former members of Parliament who, having served in Parliament between 1st July and 1st January of 2001, should be entitled to pension, and whose monthly pension amounts to not less than to 100,000 shillings. And this bill does not delegate legislative powers, and it does not limit rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights. On the statements whether the bill concerns county government, this bill by Makali Mulu, the Member of Parliament for Kitui Central, which is in its first reading, does not concern county governments in terms of Article 110(1)(a) of the Constitution, as it does not affect the functions and powers of county governments under the 4th schedule to the Constitution. The statement on whether the bill is a money bill within the meaning of Article 114 of the Constitution. The enactment of the bill shall occasion an additional expenditure of public funds. It was dated 27 April 2023. As you can see, members of Parliament are streaming in to the second session of the morning sitting, today being Wednesday, 5th July, the first session of 9:30. Which is expected to begin at 9:30. The members of Parliament are already ready for this session, where the Public Service Commission also will be having a bill by Benjamin Gadhiru, the Member of Parliament. It's an amendment bill on its first reading. Also, there's a bill on the crops brought by Tandaza Sawa, the Member of Parliament, on its first reading. The Public Service Internship Bill, National Assembly, the Bill number 63 of 2022, brought by Honorable Naisula Lesuda, Member of Parliament for Samburu West. We also have the Penal Code Amendment Bill of the National Assembly, Bill number 56 of 2022, which is also in its second reading, brought by Honorable David Gikaria, the Member of Parliament. We also have a motion on the establishment of National Cancer Prevention and Control Fund by Timothy Torotich, the Member of Parliament for Marakwet West. And the Speaker of the National Assembly is making his way to the parliamentary chamber of the National Assembly, where he's expected to preside over today's session of Wednesday, July 5th at 9:30. The Deputy Speaker, Madam Gladys Boss, has now walked into the chamber, where he's expected to begin the session today, opening the Parliament, where members of Parliament are expected to carry out a number of bills and discussions, motions, and among the motions on policy and integrating a curriculum for environmental conservation in primary and secondary. And I hand over to the plenary.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. I direct that the bell be rung for 10 minutes.
The bell for quorum has been rung for 10 minutes to allow members of Parliament to make their ways to the plenary, where the Deputy Speaker, Gladys Boss, is chairing today's session, being Wednesday, July 5th at 9:30, 2023, the second session, the morning sitting, where members of Parliament are today expected to discuss a raft of bills and motions. And today on our order paper, we have Lamu West East Member of Parliament, Honorable Rueda Obo, who is has an amendment bill on the wildlife conservation, an amendment bill of the National Assembly number 3 of 2023, which the principal objective of the bill is to amend the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act number 47 of 2013, which seeks to include the sharks, stonefish, whales, and stingrays among the wildlife species in respect with compensation as a result of death and injury may be paid. This bill will ensure that the persons who live along the water bodies are entitled to payments of compensation as a result of death and injury from the specified wildlife species. Also, in whether the statement on the delegation of legislative powers and limitation of fundamental rights and freedoms, the bill does not delegate legislative powers, nor does it limit fundamental rights and freedom. And on statements of how the bill concerns county government, this bill brought by Honorable Rueda Obo, the Member of Parliament, on the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill of the National Assembly, Bill number 3 of 2023. The bill does not concern any county government in terms of Article 109(5) of the Constitution, as it does not contain provisions of the affected functions and powers of the county government as set out in the 4th schedule of the Constitution. Part 1 of the 4th schedule to the Constitution provides that protection of the environment, as well as protections of animals and wildlife, is a national government function. Thus, the bill will not concern the county government in terms of Article 109(5) of the Constitution. Also, if the statement as whether the bill is a money bill within the meaning of Article 114 of the Constitution, the enactment of this bill shall not occasion an additional expenditure of public funds. Also today, the members of parliament led by Makali Mulu, the member of parliament for Kitui Central, as the parliamentary pensions amendment bill, bill number 35 of 2023, which is its first reading on parliamentary pensions. And the primary principal objective of the bill is to amend the Parliamentary Pension Act Cap 196. It proposes to raise the amount of pension due for former members of parliament who served between 1st July 1984 and 1st January 2001 to a minimum sum of Kenya shillings 100,000. This is in the light of the fact that despite serving the nation, some former members of parliament are languishing in poverty, and there is need to take care of their welfare. The changes are also in line to the recommendation of the Akiwumi Tribunal, which was appointed in January 2009 by the Parliamentary Service Commission, PSC, which reviews the terms and conditions of service of members of parliament and employees of parliament. The tribunal submitted its report in November 12, 2009, in which one of the recommendations was that the 500 former members of parliament who served representing people from 1984 to 2001 says that the former members of parliament should at least be awarded 100,000 shillings paid to the equivalent as pensions from 1st July 2010. The Parliamentary Service Commission adopted the report in June 2010 and resolved that any of the said members who served under that period should be entitled to that payment. Also, Clause 2 of the bill provides for the amendment to Section 8 of the Act to provide that former member of Parliament who, having served in Parliament between 1st July 1984 and 1st January 2001 is also entitled to pension, and whose pension amounts not less than to 100,000 and should be entitled to a monthly pension. On whether the statement on delegation of legislative powers and limitation of fundamental rights and freedom, this bill by Makali Mulu, the member of parliament for Kitui Central, does not delegate legislative powers, and it does not limit rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights. The statement whether the bill concerns that of county government, this bill does not concern county government in terms of Article 110(1) of the Constitution, as it does not affect any functions or powers of county government under the 4th schedule to the Constitution. On the statement of whether the bill is a money bill within the meaning of Article 114 of the Constitution, the enactment of this bill shall occasion an additional expenditure of public funds. Also, Honorable David Gikaria, Member of Parliament, is expected to present his bill in second reading, the bill on the National Construction Authority, the Amendment Bill of the National Assembly, number 59 of 2022. There's also the Public Service Internship Bill of the National Assembly, number 63 of 2022, by Honorable Naisula Lesuda, Member of Parliament for Samburu West. Also, the Public Service on the Values and Principles Amendment Bill of National Assembly, number 46 of 2022, brought by Honorable Abdul Dawood, Member of Parliament, which is in second reading, is expected also to be discussed this morning. On the motions, we have the development and implementation of a childcare program for children whose parents are in lawful custody. This is a bill by Honorable Brighton Yegon that says that where Article 53 of the Constitution provides children, including the right to free and compulsory public education. Further aware that in Section 22 of Persons Deprived of Liberty Act and the Children Care Policy provides for the care of child whose parents is deprived of liberty until the child attains the age of 4 years, recognizing that children above the age of 4 years still require parental support. Further, recognizing that majority of these children often suffer from emotional distress, social stigma, and economic hardship, cognizant of the fact that all children should be accorded a means of maintaining their relationship with their parents, noting that children have restricted economic resources available for their support, in which in turns negatively in their lives. Also, the motion on the national policy on deworming of school-going children by Honorable Mashua Waitaka, the Member of Parliament, and the motion on public health concerns at Langata Cemetery, brought by the Member of Parliament for Langata constituency, Honorable Felix Odiwar, the Member of Parliament, says Article 42 of the Constitution provides for the rights of every person to a clean and healthy environment. Further aware that Article 69 of the Constitution obligates the state to ensure that sustainable utilization of environment and natural resources, including land, recognizing that the fourth schedule to the Constitution assigns to the national government the functions of land planning, including the general principles of land planning and coordination of planning by the counties, as well as that of matters of health policy. Further, recognizing that there is an ongoing public outcry regarding the neglect of Langata Public Cemetery, which was declared full close to 2 decades ago, a concern that this matter has been left unaddressed and poses a significant threat. The quorum has been achieved, and I hand over to the plenary.
I think we have quorum.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Deputy Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 5th July 2023, in the morning sitting. 1. Annual report of the Commission of Administrative Justice for the financial year 2021-2022 from the Commission on Administrative Justice, Office of the Ombudsman. 2. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following constituencies for the year ended 30th June 2022 and certificates therein. A. Suna East, Suna West, Kilifi South, Kilifi North, Kitutu Chache South, Baringo South, South Mugirango, Mwingi Central, Kinango, Kabondo Kasipul, Voi, Awendo, Wundanyi, Changamwe, Taveta, Bopasi, Likoni, Bonchari, Karachuonyo, Rabai, Malindi, Ganze, Lungalunga, Kaloleni, Uriri, and Mwatate. 3. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022 and certificates therein. A. Kisii University, Turkana University College, Kakrao Technical and Vocational College, Riragia Technical and Vocational College, Omuga Technical and Vocational College, Likoni Technical and Vocational College, Siruti Technical and Vocational College, Awendo, Mawego Technical Training Institute, Ahmed Shahame Muidani Technical Training Institute, Godoma Technical Training Institute, Siala Technical Training Institute, Coast Institute of Technology, Information and Communication Technology Authority, Kenya Ports Authority, and the Human Resource Management Professional Examination Board. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Member for Laisamis.
opportunity. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask that, being a member of Parliament for Lysam's constituency, I asked the independent electoral...
Kindly use the mic next to you. That's not clear enough.
Okay.
To your right, yes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask question number 087-2023. I'd like to ask the question direct to Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Could the Commission, one, provide a report on the last review or exercise undertaken, if any, on constituency or county boundaries markings undertakings by the Commission in the country? Two, provide details of the size in square kilometers of Lysam's constituency and clarify whether the size has ever been varied over time. Three, provide details of the actual global positioning system, GPS, coordinates of the boundaries of the constituency in the north, south, east, and west, as well as those of each of constituencies bordering Lysam's constituency. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, I've received a request from Honorable David Gikaria, Chair for Environment Committee, and I think requesting that a member for Kajiado North, Onesphorus Ngoyo, you give the question on his behalf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member for Nakuru Town East, David Gikaria, to ask a question to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Could the Commission, one, state when it is intending to carry out the exercise of reviewing of constituencies and wards boundaries as stipulated in the Constitution? Two, elaborate on the criteria the Commission plans to employ so as to guarantee fair boundary review process. Three, provide details of the protected constituencies and how the Commission will ensure that the boundaries review process does not interfere with the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Narok North, Honorable Agnes Pareño.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity and to ask this question. And my question is, could the Commission explain why Narok North constituency has not been gazetted as a hardship area despite satisfying the conditions to be disgraded as such? Two, enumerated efforts that have been instituted to ensure teachers deployed in the constituency benefit from the hardship allowances. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Butula. I think he's not present. We can move to the next order.
Order number 8, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act 2013.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Parliamentary Pensions Act and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, the Public Service Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of Parliament
to amend the Public Service Commission Act.
Next order.
Order number 11, the Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Crops Act.
Next order.
Order number 12, the National Government Coordination Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the National Government Coordination Act.
Next order.
Order number 13, motion. Development of a policy and funding for junior secondary schools.
I think we had a balance of 2 hours, 50 minutes, so we'll resume debate. I'm informed that Honorable Shakil had a balance of 5 minutes, but he's not here. I think we can proceed. Members who want to contribute, press the intervention button. Okay. Member for Kadiani, Honorable Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I stand to support this motion by the Honorable Ruku because, Madam Speaker, this is really an important issue. Madam Speaker, education is critically important because even from our forefathers when we gained independence, one of the pillars that they were hell-bent on ensuring that they sought out was the issue of fighting ignorance, which is basically providing the population of this country with education. And over the years, Kenyans have proven to be extremely good in academic matters because if you go all over the world, you find, excuse me, the best scholars are actually Kenyan. And that means basically we have the right people, we have the right breed for purposes of education. But Madam Speaker, the government of the Republic of Kenya over the years has continuously, constantly bungled the matters of education. And Madam Speaker, I'm saying this because one of the things that you notice that over the years, systems of education keep changing. And you know, many times you cannot even get a clear-cut reason apparently for why the changes are occurring. I remember when I was young, there was systems that had existed before where the education system was such that there would be an exam, I think at standard 3 or grade 3 then, called intermediary, then there would be other exams going forward. I went through a system where we had seven years of primary, 4 of secondary, 2 of A-level, and 3 at the university. Afterwards, there is the one that they call the 844 system, which is now being scrapped for the new CBC. But Madam Speaker, you notice, every time we have these kind of changes, there's investments that are made that sometimes go to waste. If you go to our rural areas, most of our primary schools have got a classroom that existed that was called a workshop that was earlier used for pre-technical subjects, art and music and art and crafts, and now they are defunct, they're not being used. So a new system comes in, and we are supposed to now look for laboratories, look for extra classes. So, Madam Speaker, I think we need to be very careful to ensure that whatever system we come up with, we can live with it for a long time. If you go to the developed world, they don't keep changing the education system every 5 or 10 years or after every major election. We must come up with a policy in education that will last for time immemorial. So that if we are going to introduce any changes, they are minor, not major changes that will leave some of our facilities without being used. Madam Speaker, now the new system has reintroduced subjects like art, music, pre-technical, and these subjects require new facilities. The facilities that were not used for many years had already become, voided, and some of them had even been brought down. So, Madam Speaker, it's important that the government does a good job. I want to support the idea of the new education system. I think it's a brilliant idea. The CBC education system is very clear, and it's actually emulating some of the developed countries. But, Madam Speaker, as we emulate that, we must ensure that we do proper planning. And planning for education means that we deal with the issue of curriculum, the issue of staffing and the issue of funding. Madam Speaker, that is where I feel that as a government, as a country, we have failed. Now, CBC started in 2015 with the PP1. 8 years later, we have never put in place plans for ensuring that we have enough classes, we have enough labs. We have not ensured that the teachers that are going to teach this system have been trained, because even now, what we are churning out of our education, our teacher training institutions, is still the training that is for 844. So it's really, really unfortunate. And Madam Speaker, what happened is that the government, in its knee-jerk responses, decided that we will train the teachers that will be teaching CBC. And the teachers that were taken for this training, which was just basically, in service training for like a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, was generally for the teachers that were teaching lower primary schools. And Madam Speaker, what if the research shows that those teachers that were teaching lower primary schools are mostly the mature lady teachers, female teachers in our rural areas. And when they were taken for training, when they came back, they refused to teach that system and passed it on to the younger generation and told them it is you who can do this training. Unfortunately, that training actually went to waste. And so you find that many of the teachers that are involved, up to now, they don't understand the system. Now, JSS, Madam Speaker, is JSS is a very good concept. But Madam Speaker, there is a very major mess in the manner in which the JSS has been introduced. First, you remember, we were told that the junior secondary schools would be in secondary. And so every secondary school in Kenya was facilitated to put up a classroom. Madam Speaker, those classes up to now, we have very many questions about them because the funding was totally inadequate, and some of them are like a half of a classroom size. But they were built in secondary schools. Later on, another policy comes where we are supposed to do these schools, or rather these schools are supposed to be domiciled now in the primary section. And then there was a decision of which primary schools are the ones that will be allowed to host JSS. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, it is a shame that my top performing primary school was not qualified to be able to accommodate JSS. And then the children that were there in grade 6, when they went to grade 7, they were taken to some of the worst performing schools. And that is really demoralizing to the parents. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that this motion it speaks to the heart of the problem that we are facing, and that, Madam Speaker, what we require as a government now is to ensure that the policy is put in place and the facilities are put in place so that every child can be able to continue learning from where they started in primary, finish grade 6, go to grade 7, 8, and 9 within their primary schools, and finish so that they can go to secondary schools. Madam Speaker, it is possible because already every primary school has up to grade 8. So all they require is one extra class, and that is in another year and a half. And after that, they require one lab. I am certain that even from the money that we get under CDF, and with a little bit of support from the Ministry of Education, we can be able to make this dream come true. So I want to support, and I want to say that the honorable member thought through properly, and this is something that is worth emulating. That is why the people of Mbeere North have the right leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Dorothy Kiara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this very important motion, and I want to thank the member for Mbeere, Honorable Roko, for bringing up this very, very important item for discussion in this House. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution recognizes education for all children as a basic right, and the government of Kenya is no exceptional, that it is mandated to provide free compulsory education to all students. Honorable Speaker, developing of a policy and funding for junior secondary school is a key component of this very important program that the government has embarked on, because competence-based curriculum is a curriculum that we want to say as a country it must succeed. Honorable Speaker, it is very disheartening for us to go around the schools as it stands today when we realize that these schools are poorly equipped. I am so glad, Honorable Speaker, because I know at this point in time, the constituencies have gotten their constituency development fund, and I know key in the agenda is going back to the constituencies and continuing with building of classroom infrastructure in those schools. However, I want to acknowledge the fact that all these schools that we are going to build, some of them are in very deplorable condition. And Honorable Speaker, if these students who are transiting from primary school to junior secondary school have to have their esteem, we must ensure that the classrooms are up to the standard of a junior secondary school and the laboratories are properly and well equipped. Honorable Speaker, it is also important to note that the distances, some of the distances that these children are covering are quite huge distances, and therefore I want to implore upon the Ministry of Education to ensure that each and every school has a JSS class. Based on this, Honorable Speaker, the classrooms cannot go without teachers. Teachers also are a key component to this, and I want to sort of disagree with the member who is saying the teachers who are trained to take care of JSS are these old teachers who are picked from primary school class 1. Honorable Speaker, I want to disagree because every trained teacher is deployed, and the Teacher Service Commission is very sure that the teacher who is deployed in a certain school will be able to handle that particular class. A teacher might be old, Honorable Speaker, but the brain is not old. So the teachers, whether they are in whatever age, as long as they are posted to teach in those schools, they are competent and qualified enough to handle those classes. What we are calling for, Honorable Speaker, it is equal distribution of these teachers so that in some schools we don't have classes or students sitting in class without teachers of certain disciplines. Honorable Speaker, I also want to challenge the Ministry of Education, because as we sit here today, Honorable Speaker, every day when I look at the news item, the managers of these schools, the head teachers and the principals, they are crying because capitation is never availed on time. Honorable Speaker, this is a serious setback on the education standards of our children because our school managers are torn in between the policy that the Ministry of Education has given and the stern warning that they keep giving teachers that don't send any student out of class. Honorable Speaker, I want the Ministry of Education to stand up and be counted, because teachers cannot be given students without food, without anything, without books, and yet every day there are warnings that teachers should not send students out of school. Honorable Speaker, we are in a time where even the parents are going through a very difficult moment. We know this country is grappling with the issues of money, Honorable Speaker, and we don't want to see situations where students are sent back to their parents. Honorable Speaker, I want to support this very important motion because the only way we can be able to handle the only way we can be able to add this government accountable is ensuring that we develop a policy and funding for this junior secondary school so that it succeeds. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support Honorable Roko and I say kudos because this motion is not only touching on Bere, it is touching on the entire Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Baringo North, Honorable Joseph Makila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion on development of our policy and funding framework for our junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, having been a teacher for many years, there is need and it is proper as per this motion to ensure that the junior secondary schools curriculum and operationalization be anchored in law in the Education Act 2012 by actually amending to capture the spirit of the junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, we have a curriculum for junior secondary schools that has not been properly developed, because at the moment, Madam Speaker, in all our schools throughout the Republic of Kenya, there are one teacher against 13 subjects. And what has been happening is a local arrangement between the primary school teachers who are in that school and that teacher that was employed to actually cover up the syllabus in hook and crook to ensure that learners are actually engaged. But in real sense, Madam Speaker, and having passed a budget that included funds to employ more teachers for JSS classrooms, it is therefore evident that there is need to concretize the junior secondary schools in all our primary schools throughout the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, you will realize that from next year, primary will run all the way to class 6. So we have extra 2 classrooms per school, those who have been up to standard 8. It means there is need to increase an extra classroom in every primary school to ensure that once the students reach grade 9, they have a space in all our primary schools throughout the Republic of Kenya to capture the 3 classrooms for JSS, because that will be the highest level of JSS is at grade 9. So we need them we need to increase at the fund at once. There is need to rationalize resources and direct more resources to increase an extra class in our primary schools. Madam Speaker, there was an attempt which was not properly done. And this is why I agree with Rugu that this is the earliest thing is to be done now. There was a plan, they built one classroom in every secondary school, which never materialized. It hung in the air. So there is need now, as this one graduate this year to JSS 2 or 8, there is need to plan ahead of time so that whenever they reach grade 9, there is a space for them. Madam Speaker, there is also need, and this country should listen, is that the report should finally be released, because it's not only about JSS. The presidential working part on reform of education should finally unveil their official report so that the children of Kenyans are not, and the teachers are not working on guesswork. Madam Speaker, what has been happening now is for those teachers who are P1, they are now being asked to go for a refresher course in teacher colleges to be able to actually teach CBC curriculum. Madam Speaker, that is good, but there is also need to take the secondary school teachers who are supposed to handle the junior secondary schools for another refresher course to be able to handle the CBC curriculum now revert at that level as junior secondary schools. So that, remember, the teachers that are handling these students now were only trained in 2 subjects. As per the, those who went for diploma and those who have gone degree, they were only trained in 2 subjects. And yet, we have a curriculum that has about 14 subjects. Madam Speaker, I agree that now proper guideline of the development of the curriculum, the regulations, the guidelines so that the children of Kenya do not operate on a trial and error learning process. These are our children, and we want them to have competence as envisaged by this law, by this new curriculum. The CBC is meant that when you graduate from junior secondary, there is what is called pathways. Those who will go for the STEM, the science and technology, engineering and maths, it's called STEM. And those who will pursue career in arts and sports. So at that pathways, the students that graduate at grade 9 must be knowledgeable enough to be able to choose which path they will be able to take to pursue their education. Madam Speaker, the earlier the better, and this is why I support this, because we want at a level of exceeding of grade 9, people who are knowledgeable enough to pursue various places and education. But as well, there is also something not very clear. What about these established high schools? The Alliance of this world, the Mangus of this world, the Kapsabet of this world. We need to equip those schools to become the senior secondary schools where students now will exceed to go to those schools so that they don't become village high schools and national schools. Because the consequence of that is every high school in that community will take their own, and that will not bring nationalism and cohesion. We need a curriculum that brings together the children of Kenya so that they will be able to study and pursue their education in such a manner that will bring unity and appreciate the diversity of the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, the junior secondary schools now, in our primary schools, we keep them a budget for capitation. Madam Speaker, there should be a proper management of the junior secondary schools apart from the primary schools. This is the only way they will be able to appreciate that if there is a BOM, for example, for the primary, then there should be a separate management entity for the junior secondary schools. And one thing that is puzzling is, will these junior secondary schools operate under a different head teacher, or they will be under the same head teacher of a primary school? These are things that these guidelines must be able to sort out, so that we have a different management because they have a different curriculum. So that the BOM of primary deals with primary matters, and the head teacher of primary will deal with the primary curriculum. And then we have a head teacher that will be responsible for the JSS, because after all, it moves from grade 7, 8, and 9. That's good enough. Those are good number of students to be handled and ran by a principal of their own and a board of their own, so that they will be able to pursue their learning. We also want to make this thing to be affordable to Kenyans. The CBC, the JSS curriculum must be affordable to parents of Kenya and must be accessible to the young. If you look at, I went to my local primary school called Rokwonin, I looked at grade 7. They are very young people. They are not able to track, travel for long distance to attend their JSS classrooms. Therefore, if we have agreed as a nation that it must be domiciled in primary, then every primary school in Kenya must be able to host JSS classrooms in their schools. Mr. Speaker, this motion should be seen to move from being a motion to a bill. Honorable Ruku, we must fast track this as we pass this motion, turn it to become a bill, so that we have an amend the Act of Education Act 2012 to now bring in the new order in our education system. With those many remarks, I support the implementation of this particular motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have you?
Oh, sorry.
That's your chance to speak.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also stand to support this motion by my friend Honorable Ruku. And it is very interesting, Mr. Speaker. The mover of the motion is asking us to urgently develop a comprehensive secondary school policy on JSS. And secondly, to develop a clear implementation framework. And I was having a chat, Mr. Speaker, with my good friend, Dr. Nyekal, whose idea I quickly borrowed, that actually while we support Honorable Ruku, it must be noticed here that actually we are doing something which we ought to have done long ago. Because, you know, as he says himself, and if I borrow his words, how do you have visitors come to your house and then you start preparing for them? I mean, we should have prepared this thing long ago. But now that we didn't do it, I think it is very good that we start this implementation. When I look at this house, Mr. Speaker, I see two categories of people. I see people like myself who went to 7 years of secondary school, 7 years of primary school, 4 years of secondary, 2 years of high school, and 3 years of university. And Mr. Speaker, that is the same education that the people in the United Kingdom who gave us the education go through. Those are the ones that the neighboring Uganda go through. But, and I think myself, I always look at myself and I say, I'm very well educated. If I can just add another master's, I'll be like everybody else who is going to school nowadays. Then somewhere, the education changed, and I can see the second category here, the one that went through 844. When 844 was founded, it was based on the policy that we require practical, something that students can take home. So workshops were built, and a lot of other things, adjustments were made. And so majority of the members of parliament here, I believe, went through 844. Now, Mr. Speaker, for no apparent reason at all, we have CBC. And I think myself, and I don't know whether this would be outrageous, but I think it is time we put our education policy, our education system in the Constitution, so that it does not change like the weather. Another government will come. We in Kenya are very good at something called benchmarking. Sometimes one of you might go to Papua New Guinea and see something good there, and you come and tell the whole country, we are changing like Papua New Guinea. I think there must be a stop to overhauling. We can change some things in the education system, but we cannot just overhaul our education system every day, put it upside down. One day, 844, another day, CBC, another day. I think that we should put a stop to this. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, this is the reality. The Kenya Kwanza government says that this thing was started by the Jubilee government. I personally never see a difference, because when you look at it clearly, the last government that this parliament had was the Jubilee government. And most of them sat in cabinet. But whatever the case, they have inherited a system which we now must live with. And when I look at it myself, I say, we now have primary school ending in standard 6, I think, or they call grade 6. The current one that we are going through is still on, going through to 7 and 8. The policy should develop and say, after that, grade 9, what is going to happen in grade 9? So we have to prepare and look ahead so that we don't again get kids getting to grade 9 who have come from JSS and we don't know what is going to happen to them. Now here is a question of teachers. Now I had a gracious lady here say, no, it doesn't matter whether they are old teachers or not, but these people have told us that this is a new system of education. Who are the experts for delivering this system of education? I think we must get the teacher training to be then customer fitted, should be good for purpose. We should therefore now train teachers for purposes of going to CBC. to train them. And we also need to adjust ourselves. And this is the question I think Honorable Maklap or somebody has asked. Are these people, are these children in secondary school or they are in high school? First, they are too young to be in secondary school. But we have called them secondary school students, and we have made them think like secondary school students. We have to create a certain adjustment so that as soon as possible, we shift these kids to secondary school, so that they don't be called junior secondary when in fact they are senior primary. There are many, many gaps in this education system that need to be addressed. I have not gone to textbook center of late, but which are the books that are now going to be used to teach these students? Have we prepared enough materials for training our students in JSS? We have a lot of issues that need to go into this policy. And I really want to congratulate my friend, Honorable Ruku, for thinking about it. Because unless we go through all these things, we do not have a good education system. And lastly, I just want to say that the position of CDF is acknowledged in this matter. I know that the ministry sends capitation. Personally, I think the ministry must develop a way of monitoring how capitation works. Because the teachers are receiving capitation, but when you go to them, they say, Mheshimiwa, tusaidie kununua desk, tusaidie kununua hii. Who, where, what exactly is capitation being used for? The CDF money that has been sent to constituencies has done a lot in this 1 year. Does capitation also do development? Can we be able to have a good explanation of how it works? Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to support.
Members, you should be looking at your mics. If you ask to speak, the reason the mics are there is so that you're able to see them and speak. The Honorable Madenge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the motion by Honorable Luku on the policy on JSS. It is important, Honorable Speaker, that this country starts to take the education of our children much more seriously than is happening today. What we find is that despite the CBC program having started literally 7 years ago, when it was time for junior secondary, we started learning around helter-skelter like a country that did not know that this date was coming. And even now, with the patchwork that allowed us to commence JSS in the primary schools, you find that we have again gone back and we are sitting on our laurels, not knowing what will happen by the time the next 2 years are over and it's time for our kids to join senior secondary. More importantly, is that nobody in this country, including the mandarins at the Ministry of Education, can give a clear, coherent roadmap on exactly what we are doing at junior secondary. And it is important, Honorable Speaker, that we do not fail our children. We've been speaking of a lost generation that has disappeared into alcohol and drug abuse. We are preparing at this pace another lost generation that is pursuing JSS unless we can put our acts together. Honorable Speaker, a lot of the JSS children, despite the hardships that are there, have not even been able to coherently and consistently attend school because the new JSS came with a new set of uniforms, new requirements for desks and chairs and books that parents had not been prepared for. And therefore it is important that this motion is taken very, very seriously by this House and the Ministry in terms of restoring order in our education system. Honorable Speaker, the current grading system at Form 4, Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, is producing a wasted number of our young people in this country. Because when we analyze the KCSE performance, we find that barely 20% of our Form 4 students may attain the minimum university entrance grade. After that, another 28% attain the diploma college's admission grade. And therefore, we have about 15% of our school leavers at Form 4 competing for certificate and craft courses. And Honorable Speaker, the tragedy of this country is when we find that even a voluntary service like NYS requires our graduates to have a deep plane at Form 4. What are we telling our young people in this country as legislators and leaders in terms of the plan we have for their future? And no wonder we have a crop of very many young girls and boys who are literally present in every shopping center in this country, saying they have nothing to do except indulge in cheap liquor and alcohol, that as a country and as a leadership, we have failed to curtail its production and distribution. We are poisoning our young people as we watch, as traders have taken our country hostage because they want to make money at any cost. The formulation of a coherent policy, clear and well understood by not only our students but also our parents, will give a clear roadmap for the desires of our young people. The sending home of our children in secondary schools has to stop as a policy in this country. The cost of uniforms varies from school to school. Why should there be a difference between the cost of uniform in secondary schools? The cost of the feeding program for lunch varies from school to school, even schools that are neighboring in the same town. If you go to Nyeri Town constituency, a school known as DEB and a school known as Temple Road Primary, both of them, literally neighbors, have a different cost for lunch. And you find that the biggest burden today that parents of children in our schools are having is the cost of school feeding. And therefore, this policy must also begin to address the issues of the cost of feeding in our schools and also the cost of uniforms, as well as the cost of the construction of multipurpose halls, which have become a darling for all schools today, the funding of school buses, and therefore we need a clear government policy on the cost of some of these burdens that are being borne by our parents, largely jeopardizing the education and the future of our children. Honorable Speaker, SDG 4 requires us to ensure that our education is inclusive, equitable, and of the same quality. And therefore, the question that begs us as legislators is the quality of education offered at Kahumo High School in Nyeri Town constituency, same as the quality of education offered at Kehuyo Secondary School in my rural village. It is clear in our minds that the answer is no. Then how can we be signatories to the SDGs and then as leaders we sit and allow this kind of disparities to continue? When we come to the management of teachers, in Nyeri Town constituency, which is largely a municipality, it was a municipality even before the new constitution came into place. I have teachers who are paid the enhanced house allowance for teachers working in municipalities, and another teachers in the same school, in neighboring schools, who are not being paid the enhanced house allowance. When you approach the management of teachers in the Teacher Service Commission, they want to pretend that they are not aware that these disparities are existing. And Honorable Speaker, it is time that some of these institutions that are managing the affairs, the important affairs of the country, like the Teachers Service Commission, should be invited in this House to answer questions from legislators. The question of the ministers coming in to answer for constitutional commissions and other bodies that are playing crucial roles in the affairs of our country should come to an end. For how long can we keep shielding these people while the problems keep piling? Honorable Speaker, what exam will the JSS...
Honorable Madenge, you probably know that under the rules we changed, the independent commissions answer questions at the committee level. Like all the commissions in this country is supposed to take their questions to the relevant committees.
Honorable Speaker, I am well guided. However, if all of us have an interest in when the Teacher Service Commission is appearing before the 15 members of the Education Committee, I am sure if this was opened for us as friends of the committee, the members here would overwhelm the membership of the committee. And that is a weakness sometimes in our system that we need to be alive to and get to address. Honorable Speaker, in ending, what exam will the junior secondary students sit at the end of their 3 years? And how is that exam going to impact their advancement into senior secondary? Honorable Speaker, I support this motion, and Honorable Oku, this could not have come at a better time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Silesia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance also to contribute on this important motion. Honorable Speaker, education is the key of everything all over the world. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the member who has brought this very important motion for discussion. I rise to support this motion, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when I speak about CPC, Honorable Speaker, I think our constitution sometimes lapses because it has not been anchored very well in the constitution, Honorable Speaker, because every minister who is appointed, especially in the Ministry of Education, he wants to make changes on his or her own decision as he or she feels. Right when you check from 844, even from during Moi's time, Honorable Speaker, there have been many changes on this curriculum every time. And this has affected our children. This has affected our parents. Like now we say that education in Kenya is free primary education. But CPC has made it more expensive to the parents than before. So you can say that there's no free primary education in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, just because the principal secretary visited another country and copied from there, and he made sure that it works in Kenya. It is working either, but it's not working very well, Honorable Speaker. And that is why members, every member has his or her own thinking negatively about the CPC. There are no teachers, like where we come from, in the rural constituencies where we come from. There are no teachers. If indeed they wanted a change, good change in the curriculum, Honorable Speaker, We cannot come up with the junior secondary school and again it remain domicile in the primary school and with only one teacher, either with the 8 students. That means that the ministry was not ready, the DSC was not ready to post the teachers to teach that the new class that has been promoted from primary and then it remains again there with no teachers. So the government must do something. One, to remove school fees, paying a lot of money, and again the practicals which they do, Honorable Speaker. They send children to bring chicken to school, to slaughter for practicals. If it is a class has 100 children, it means they are taking 100 chicken to school, Honorable Speaker, for slaughter, to make teachers feel fat, enjoy eating chicken from parents. Honorable Speaker, I want the members to dig in properly about this CPC to see actually if it is helping us as a country, in the education sector or not. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Waluke just decided that the open order was not necessary. So, members, I wish to recognize the presence of pupils from Eno Matasiani Primary School of Kajiado North in Kajiado County, and pupils from Vidhu Ramji Secondary School from Kiharu in Murang'a County. We welcome them to the National Assembly to follow our proceedings today. This chance now goes to Honorable Kagushia of Mukurweini. It's not in the House. It goes then to Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga of Kabuchai. Huh? The Honorable Kagushia, is he around? The Honorable Kagushia, you can't be doing that. Just give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate, and I promise that I will take the shortest time possible. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the motion by Honorable Ruku on the funding of, or development of a policy on funding of JSS in this Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I have, first of all, looked at a very quick glance of how JSS has been conducted in Mukurweini constituency. And I've seen that out of 66 schools, public schools that exist in Mukurweini constituency, I've seen that we have about 18 schools that are not being funded as JSS. And of course that makes me worried, because I understand that whenever a school has a JSS program, it receives an excess of the normal capitation that are going to schools with a substantial amount of money. And that in essence means that all the schools that are not having JSS in the primary schools that we had before are no longer receiving that capitation. For example, picked out like a school like Wanjide Primary, Matuto Primary, Mokoi Primary, Washe Primary, Kirongi Primary, Gashirero Primary, Ningaine, Kiawaita, Matiraini, Mutowade, Wangera, Ngora, Mwati, Itito, Gakira, Wahari, Wanguro, and Gakinda primary schools are not having JSS. And Honorable Speaker, that is why I strongly stand to support the motion that we come up with a better arrangement on how we are going to fund these JSS schools or the primary schools that we had, so that our students can stop traveling long distances to access very basic education in other areas. For example, had parents from schools like Wanjide who have come to my office and really complaining because their students are walking a long distance to access education. Honorable Speaker, I appreciate that a bit of staffing is being done. I've looked at the newspapers today, and I've seen that TSC has advertised for about 20,000 positions of teachers in JSS primary schools. And I've seen the advert, and I really want to encourage our people to apply for those applications, for those job opportunities. But, Honorable Speaker, this being the case, we still have a challenge because the 20,000 is adding to what we had before, and I'm not very sure that this is going to be, completing the cycle of staffing in all our schools. You realize that most of the JSS primary schools, we are having the teachers taking on subjects that they not train in college. You, for example, have someone taking chemistry or biology, yet they had trained in literature or English. And of course, that is lowering the quality of education in our JSS schools. So, Honorable Speaker, I strongly want to support that we come up with a policy where we are going to systematically and strategically support and fund the JSS secondary schools. Honorable Speaker, finally, I also want to note that the government has increased, and this parliament has passed a budget that has increased the amount of funding for JSS from 15 billion Kenya shillings to 25 billion Kenya shillings. That is a whopping increase of 10 billion Kenya shillings, which is a good thing, which we must commend. But can we then have a policy by the ministry, together with TSC, which is going to properly guide how this funding is going to be implemented in schools, so that we are able to balance between the staffing, the infrastructure, and we are able to also look at the primary schools that did not receive the JSS, because basically we are simply killing those primary schools that are now up to class 6 or grade 6. Honorable Speaker, I please beg to support this motion and congratulate my honorable member Roko for having brought this useful motion to this assembly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I presume it is me. Speak up.
Member for Seme, proceed with your contribution.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this.
Just order. I've seen everyone look at me. I've given 8 this side, 7 this side, without a single member from this side since we started this debate. Not one.
And I was the earliest this side.
So just relax. Just relax. It's to ensure that we are a house that has minority and majority. So it's my duty to ensure that both sides speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you look at orphans well, you get blessed. Now, I rise to support this motion, and I really must appreciate and congratulate Honorable Ruku. There are times that we put aside politics and look at the welfare of the nation, and this is one such time. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what Honorable Ruku is asking us, that we need to set a policy, guidelines, and implementation framework for a project where pupils are already in class. How far can you be with putting a cart before a horse? It is even shameful that we are talking about that and the children are already in class. If you are still talking of policy, guidelines, implementation framework, do we even have an implementation timeline? How these kids will move? Honorable members here were saying, proposing how kids should move and where classes are. These are things that should have been in the books before we started. Because this is planning. This is making things work. This is not impressing people. There's a difference. If you are looking for vote, yes, well, it would work. But if we want to educate our children, we must go the way Honorable Ruku is proposing, and it should have happened earlier. What do we have an infrastructure needs? Do we know? We had classrooms built in secondary schools. The kids are now in primary schools. I know there's transition, but even that I'll raise issues about. What about the human resource? We are saying here that some old people, you know, were picked, some old teachers. It does not matter. They were trained. But do we know their needs? What about the financial needs? How were schools picked to house JSS? In my constituency, a large number, and even then, the money is not coming regularly. We can understand that. Mr. Speaker, we can talk that there was a transition, that there was another government and the government and change. In fact, if there is a transition, Mr. Speaker, the duty is on the incoming person to make sure that you take up in a way. The country will not listen to you blaming those who are gone. They have gone.
Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa usawa wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote ambayo yatafikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri yenye nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, we don't have quorum. Can you ring the division bell?
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, currently presiding over the business of the National Assembly this afternoon, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell, and this is to pass on to standing orders of the House, standing orders number 34, subsection 1 and 2, that gives the Speaker to issue powers to issue such directives when the House lacks the requisite quorum to commence business. According to the standing orders of the 13th Parliament, at least a total number of 50 members of Parliament are required to be in the chamber at any particular time when the House is sitting. As members of parliament make their way into the chamber this afternoon, allow me to take you through some of the questions that Honorable Alice Wahome, the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, will be answering on the plenary this Wednesday. And remember, the House amended its standing orders, and every Wednesday afternoon, Cabinet Secretaries are set to appear before plenary to answer questions of interest to members of the National Assembly and the public at large. Given priority in the order paper this afternoon are questions by Honorable Member Samuel Atandi, the member for Alego Usonga, who will be asking the Cabinet Secretary to explain the steps that have been put in place to resolve the issue of collapsing dikes around Lake Kanyaboli, which has caused floods in the area and displaced people and destroyed properties in Alego Usonga and Budalangi constituencies since May 2023. Honorable Atandi also wants Honorable Alice Wahome to state measures being pursued by the government to conserve the lake view, and that is on the verge of extinction despite being a source of tourism revenue for both the national and the county governments. The National Assembly has raised that particular quorum for this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast.
Order, honorable members, we now have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 5th July 2023, afternoon sitting. 1, notification on price stability target and the economic policy of the government for the financial year 2023-2024. Budget from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 2, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein: the Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority, Kinango Technical and Vocational College, Mabera Technical and Vocational College, Rangwe Technical and Vocational College, Ikudha Technical and Vocational College, Kiptaragon Technical and Vocational College, Kapcherop Technical and Vocational College, Bomet Central Technical and Vocational College, Bomet University College, Baringo Technical College, Friends University College Kaimosi, Maseno University, Masai Mara University, Narok West Technical Training Institute, Mandera Technical Training Institute, St. Joseph Technical Training Institute for the Deaf, Nyangoma, Siaya Institute of Technology, Kisumu National Polytechnic, Agrochemical and Food Company Limited, Kenya National Shipping Line Limited, Road Maintenance Levy Fund, Kenya National Highways Authority, Road Maintenance Levy Fund, Kenya Wildlife Service, Lake Victoria South Waterworks Development Agency, Water Services Regulatory Board, and the Kenya School of Government. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority. Chairperson, Select Committee on Regional Integration. Wanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 5th July 2023. This is the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its inspection on various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community.
The next chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation. Where is Chepkonga? Any member of that committee who has any brief? Is there a member? You have a brief? You are soliciting for the brief. Yes. Do you have the paper to be laid? As Honorable Sunguli, no, it's the only one. Okay, Sunguli, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of this House today, Wednesday, the 5th of July, 2023, being a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the value-added tax, electronic internet and digital marketplace supply regulations 2023, being legal notice number 29 of 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julius. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Wanjiku Muya.
Notice of motion, inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African region, laid on the table of the House today on Wednesday, 5th July 2023.
Thank you, Wanjiku. Sunguli.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the value-added tax, electronic internet and digital marketplace supply regulations 2023, published as legal notice number 29 of 2023, laid on the table of this House Wednesday, the 5th of July 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(1) of the Universities Act 2012, approves the value-added tax, electronic internet and digital marketplace supply regulations 2023, published as legal notice number 29 of 2023.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, before we go to order number 7, allow me to move to call out order number 8 and 9 so that we dispose them off because they're just putting questions.
Order number 8, motion, ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. Question to be put.
Thank you. Umulher, take your seat. The nearest seat. Honorable members, at order number 8, I now beg to put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th May 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Question to be put.
Order, members, take the nearest seat. And our members now put the question at order number 9, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 21st June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now we'll go back to order number 7. Majority Leader, we are today supposed to have questions from directed to the Ministries of Public Works, Lands, Public Works and Housing, Labor, and Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Before we start, Majority Leader, I see a letter here from the Minister for Labor and Social Protection, very casually stating that the Minister is on official engagement outside the Nairobi County, whatever that means. You are the one who coordinates that. Can I hear from you?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true that we had scheduled those cabinet secretaries, and as I communicated in the usual Thursday statement last week, the cabinet secretary for labor is among those cabinet secretaries who are to appear this afternoon. And Honorable Speaker, we also did resolve the same in the House Business Committee yesterday, and we expected her. Honorable Speaker, it's important for the House to note that we have rescheduled the appearance of cabinet secretaries through the House Business Committee twice in the last 2 weeks because of the urgency of the finance-related bills, the Finance Bill, the Appropriations Act, the Supplementary Appropriations Act, and all the other business that we had in the last 2 weeks. And therefore, these cabinet secretaries and the cabinet secretary for lands and housing were scheduled to appear 3 weeks ago. And twice we have had to reschedule them and communicated the same to the ministries and the cabinet secretaries. I have also been copied to the letter, Honorable Speaker, that is in your hands, and I have to agree with you that indeed this letter is not only discourteous, but is full of contempt for the House. Because the letter says that reference is made to the letter from the clerk, referenced above, dated 27th June, inviting me to respond to the above questions. I wish to notify that I will not be able to appear for the plenary session as scheduled because of an official engagement outside the Nairobi County. The purpose of this letter, therefore, is to request for rescheduling of the session to next Wednesday, 12 July 2023, in a time that is convenient to the members, and forward written responses to be presented during the plenary session. Honorable Speaker, as you have said, this letter is just not casual, but very contemptuous of the House. And it must be clear to all our cabinet secretaries that they don't appear before the National Assembly or before Parliament as a favor to anybody. they appear before these elected representatives of the people to be accountable to the people of Kenya. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to begin first by apologizing to the members. The member for Konoin, the Honorable Brighton Yegon, the Honorable member for Ayata, Honorable Basil, and the Honorable member for Kiambu, Mashua Waithaka, the Honorable member for Kirinyaga, who came very early, seated behind me, Honorable Jane Maina, and the Honorable Joyce Kamene, the member for Machakos County, who had questions lined up for this Cabinet Secretary for Labor, the Honorable Florence Bore. Honorable Speaker was saying it is not just discourteous of a Cabinet Secretary to write such a casual letter, and not on Friday, and I'm sure she must be following, being a former member of this House, she must know that on Thursdays there is a statement from the House Business Committee that schedules business for the following week. She didn't write this letter on Friday. She has written this letter today. And that is why I say it's not just discourteous, it is contempt for the House. And we must make it clear as a House that we shall not allow any Cabinet Secretary, however powerful you think you are, however mighty you may perceive yourself, to hold the people's representatives with contempt and the institution of Parliament. We will do whatever it takes, Honorable Speaker, and all members of the Cabinet know what it can take to protect the constitutional mandate of this House and of Parliament. When I look at the questions that these members are asking, these are issues of grave concern to the people. And for a Cabinet Secretary to write a letter to say she is engaged in official business which you don't even define, Honorable Speaker, let me disclose, I have just spoken to her on phone, and she is telling me she was going to inaugurate a board of NITA, National Industrial Training, something that she can reschedule within her own ministry. But the House sittings cannot be rescheduled to suit the whims of Cabinet Secretaries. And we will not allow that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, none other than President William Ruto has made it clear in public, and I'm certain even in Cabinet meetings, that the House, the business of the House takes precedence over any other business, and that is the tradition of Parliament. When you are a Cabinet Secretary and you are invited to Parliament, that is a business that takes precedence over any other official engagements. Not NITA, not attending funerals, not attending weddings. Whether you are in Mombasa, wherever you are, we don't care. Come attend to the concerns of the people. And we must make it clear to this Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Speaker. And as Majority Leader, I will never stand here to defend a Cabinet Secretary or indeed any member of government who is contemptuous of the House and contemptuous of the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the President himself has even committed that he shall never hold a Cabinet meeting on a Wednesday afternoon, because he wants Cabinet Secretaries to appear before the House, not for us to come and admire them, for them to come and be accountable to the people, because the President has every intent on ensuring that his Cabinet and his administration is accountable to the people. Honorable Speaker, the Minister tells me when I call her that she can appear here at 7, and I told her it is not your business to schedule when to appear. It is the business of the House to summon you when the people want to summon you. Honorable Speaker, I said I must say this because the Honorable Florence Bore goes to the record of this House as the first Cabinet Secretary to fail to appear before the House. It is not a good record. But it must go on record, she is the first Cabinet Secretary in the history of the 13th Parliament to contemptuously fail to appear before the House. And this is behavior that we must not tolerate, so that it serves as a warning shot to others, as they used to say in vioja mahakamani, kwa wengine walio na nia kama yake. So, for the others who may have such intents, notice is served. And I say notice is served from none other than the majority leader, who has that responsibility to ensure that we schedule them and they appear. And they must appear, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, allow me just to note that she had requested that if the House would still be sitting, and I told her that is not for me to decide. It is for the House to decide whether by 7 p.m. we can wait for her to catch her flight from Mombasa, from the NITA meeting. And I will leave that to the House, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. You know, questions are limited to the first 3 hours of our sitting, from 3 to maximum 6. Secondly, you are right. In her letter, she says she wants to appear on Wednesday, 12th July. No minister appears in this House on their choosing. They come on the scheduled time of the House. So please communicate with the ministers, because you are the one who is the link, that the House takes a very dim view of any minister who does not come to the House, because under the Constitution, they are accountable to this House on behalf of the people of Kenya. Thank you. I'll only allow the minority leader if he has anything to say. Yes, Wanjala, what's your point of order? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the leader of majority for the issues he has raised again with that very minister. This is the very minister who sent police officers to frog march a member of parliament when she had grabbed a house belonging to the honorable member before she even paid for the house. She has no respect for the elected leaders.
Wanjala.
Sorry?
That is extraneous.
She is very arrogant. She has no respect for the elected leaders, and it is this house that vetted her. We are senior than her, and it must be on the record that we as members of parliament will be moving a motion to impeach that minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll only give the minority leader, and then we move to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your leader will speak for you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just came when the Honorable Leader of Majority was on his feet regarding this matter, Mr. Speaker. Ordinarily, I don't delve into matters of cabinet secretaries and their engagement with the House. But on this one, Mr. Speaker, I want to adopt in totality the sentiments that have been expressed by Honorable Chungwa, and add that there's something that seems to happen to people once they go to the executive. There are people who are in the executive who previously were in this house, like this particular honorable lady. Once they cross to the executive, they acquire some holier than life, bigger than life status, and they think that they can lord it over everyone. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of principle, this is the organ of government that oversees the other organs of government. Mr. Speaker, we oversight the executive, we also oversight the judiciary in terms of their budget, and we oversight the independent commissions. So this message must go out very clearly and loudly so, that regardless of who you are, and especially if you happen to sit in the cabinet, you must understand that apart from being answerable to the appointing authority, you are squarely answerable to this house. And if this house invites you everything else can wait. In fact, must wait. And you run here to address the issues over which you have been invited. Mr. Speaker, I have heard a lot of complaints from my members here. A lot of complaints from my members here regarding this particular cabinet secretary about how contemptuous she continues to treat not only members of parliament but also the institution of parliament as a whole. This is something that cannot be countenanced, especially in the face of the 2010 Constitution, which bestows on this House enormous responsibility. Enormous responsibility. Mr. Speaker, let me say this. That if this House wants to protect its integrity, its credibility, and safeguard its independence and authority, it must use one such case as an example. Just take the boldest step and indict this cabinet secretary once and for all. Mr. Speaker, I will be more than happy. Honorable Chungwa, I will be more than happy to second you if you are to move a motion here of impeachment against this cabinet secretary. And there are many these kind of persons, these characters. There are many. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I don't engage with them, but my members do. But the reports I am getting is that there are a number of them who are behaving in a similar manner. We want to remind them, wherever they are, that you cannot wield any more power than people who have been elected by Kenyans and sent to this House to represent them and address the issues of concern to the whole country. You could be sitting in State House or in the Cabinet Office, in your Cabinet Minister's offices, but you must understand that this House has got authority over you. This House. So I want to really plead, and I'm seeing this letter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this letter on the face of it is really insulting. This letter is dated 5th July, which is today. And I am told she was required to be here. I didn't know because I don't take much interest. But I am told she was supposed to be here today. If you got a letter inviting you to Parliament for whatever reason, either to a committee or to the whole House, for whatever reason, 3 weeks in advance, you cannot wait until the last minute and then you write to Parliament that you are engaged in some nebulous activity, in some dingy places. Mr. Speaker, you cannot do that. And in fact, I will be inviting, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I will be inviting my colleagues not to wait for the Honorable Chungwa to initiate that process. I would be inviting my colleagues, especially on this side, please proceed and initiate the process of sending this cabinet secretary home, and you will get my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. I will not escalate that debate. I think wherever the minister is, she has had order. The minister has had very strong sentiments from the leadership of the House, and I'll order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Honorable Ichungwa, you just remind the minister her responsibility and Article 153 of the Constitution. Order. We'll now have Minister Alice Wahome of Water, who is in the House. We'll move to that. Honorable members, and I want to thank the majority and minority leaders. This House
is the center of the people's will. And ministers under Article 153 of the Constitution are accountable to the House. And the words of the Constitution say, whenever required, shall attend, not may attend or will attend, shall attend to the House. So, Honorable Ichung'wah, you are showing a good example as Majority Leader. And Wandai informed the Minister that, and indeed all ministers, none of them comes to the House at their choosing. They come to the House when the House has material for them to come and attend to. So it's contemptible for a minister to write a letter and say, I'm not coming today, I'll come next Wednesday. She doesn't know what is there next Wednesday. Now we have the Honorable Minister for Water, Alice Wahome. We have about 4 questions for you. I want you to compose your answers. I should be done with you in an hour. Hold. The question must be asked first. The member for Alego Usonga, the Honorable Samuel Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And like we have evolved, Honorable members, Honorable Atandi, hold your horses. We allow the member, the questioner, to ask a question. He will have the second bite on a supplementary. I'll allow one joy rider, and if there is sufficient reason, I can give a second one.
Okay.
Honorable Atandi, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question number 7 of 2023 in today's order paper. And as you have said, the question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Question number 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the steps that are in place to resolve the issue of collapsing dikes around Lake Kanyaboli, which caused floods in the area that displaced and destroyed property in Alego, Usonga and Budalangi constituencies in May 2023? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state measures being pursued by the government to conserve the lake in view of the fact that it is on the verge of its extinction, despite being a source of tourism revenue for both the national and county governments of Siaya on account of its unique species of fish and its support to aquaculture and other associated human activities. Number 3, could the Minister indicate the timelines within which the affected victims whose properties were destroyed and who have been rendered homeless by the calamity, when will they receive compensation? Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Atande. Honorable Home, may I proceed to answer?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hope the mood is good, Honorable Speaker. May I take this opportunity to thank the honorable members who have forwarded these questions. I'll make my response to the honorable member who has raised this question, the member for Alego Usonga, Honorable Samuel Atandi. Honorable Speaker, the first question was to explain the steps in place to resolve the issue of collapsing dikes around Lake Kanyambori. Honorable Speaker, I wish to state that the flood control across the country is being implemented by the National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. The purpose is to bring the effects of flooding to manageable levels by implementing projects that will reduce perennial flooding problem. Going to the question that he raised, Honorable Speaker, the Lake Kanyambori is a Knox Bow lake found along River Yara. the river disconnected its course during the meandering stage, forming the lake. In 1968, the government of Kenya, in collaboration with Netherlands, constructed the retention dike to reclaim Yara swamp for agricultural purposes. The dike prevents water from the lake entering into the reclaimed land. Honorable Speaker, over the years, the stability of the dike has deteriorated. When the course to the lake got blocked, water gets its alternative route, and hence the breaking of the dikes and submerge the farms, destroying, of course, properties along the way and displacing people. The ministry, through the National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority, Honorable Speaker, has put in place the following measures. One, restoration of old dike. The authority has resurveyed the old dike to ensure the narrow areas are expanded so that large volumes of water is contained within its course. The collapsed end or breached or broken section of the dike will be redesigned and constructed afresh to meet the functional integrity of the dike. We are also going to do dredging of the river channel. Due to continuous silting, Honorable Speaker, the river channel has also been affected by the silting. We will work on that to allow better flow and better depth of the river. Construction of the new dike in the areas where the water escapes and submerge the farms, the authority will survey, design, and construct new dikes. These measures will regulate the flow of the water downstream and protect people from the effects of the flood. The budget we have come up with, Honorable Speaker, is Kenya shillings 200 million, and this will enable the complete restoration of the dike to meet its full functional requirements. However, due to budgetary allocation constraints, Your Honorable Speaker, this can only be done in phases. In this financial year, 2023-2024 fiscal year, the government, through my ministry, has allocated Kenya shillings 30 million for the restoration of the dike. Honorable Speaker, we will be seeking the support of the Honorable Member and other members of this Parliament or this Parliament to support the entire budget along the year. Honorable Speaker, I go to question number 2. What measures are being pursued by the government to conserve the lake in view of the fact that it is on the verge of extinction, despite being a source of tourism revenue for both the national government and the county governments? Honorable Speaker, we have undertaken the following. A study on the lake catchment area to determine the intensity of the human activities which generate negative effects to the lake and River Yara. We will also sensitize the communities upstream to ensure that human activities are friendly to the environment and hence reducing the sediment in the lake or loading into the lake. We will also institute a program of dealing with desilting the lake and rehabilitate the deteriorated catchment area that will include the community around the lake. Honorable Speaker, I've been also asked to indicate the timelines. I would say it is immediate. The ministry is obviously not able to communicate to the question on compensation. Honorable Speaker, these are hazards, natural causes. The ministry has no funding for compensation and will not be in a position to compensate property lost, lives lost. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, but this is a natural disaster that cannot be placed on the government. When flooding occurs, the government is found in that situation, and therefore it is not a matter that the government would be able to deal with. Thank you very much.
Does Rollins and French apply?
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I beg your pardon.
The famous case.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do agree. You know, the movement of the river is something, it's just like when an animal is found on the road, the animal is supposed to be compensating the person who is driving the car, if especially the cow is yours, not the other way around. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Atandi, supplementary.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let me say, Honourable Speaker, but I thank the Cabinet Secretary for the comprehensive and well-researched response which she has given to this House on the question which I raised. I just want to plead with her for the following: that one, if it would be possible for the authority to begin to work on this on the lake as she has promised, because right now, before the long rains begin, this is the moment which, if any work is to be done, it should be done now before the rains begin. That is my first prayer, Honourable Speaker. My second prayer is that she has indicated that there is an allocation of 30 million shillings which can be used to begin the work. And Honourable Speaker, I'm aware that this House allocated about 350 million shillings to address the questions of flooding across the country. And given that this particular flooding of Lake Kanyabuli is affecting livelihoods of about 20,000 people, about 10,000 people in Alego, Usonga in 2 wards, Central Alego and Usonga wards, and also in Bidarangi constituency. I was going to plead with her that out of this budgetary allocation, if she could consider increasing the allocation so that we sort out this issue once and for all. That is my second prayer, Honourable Speaker. And lastly, I wanted to tell her that as the area member of parliament, I am going to cooperate with the authority to ensure that some of the recommendations she has put here that will require the intervention of the community to address the perennial flooding are handled well. I'm going to cooperate with the community and we work together on that. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Alice, I can take note of that. I can take one joyrider. Yes, Honourable Okello.
I thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and I also want to thank our capable Cabinet Secretary, who is an immediate former colleague, and her response to the call of the House is very, very important, and I applaud her for that. Honourable Speaker, Nyando constituency is known for nothing but flooding. In fact, all across the country, whereas we struggle to speak Swahili, but we have one lady with a begging emblem saying Serikali Saidia every year. And Honourable Speaker, this is orchestrated by the perennial bursting of the riverbank, River Nyando, that causes great havoc to the people of that area. And every year, Honourable Speaker, we have to move to higher grounds. 3 schools have since permanently relocated to higher grounds, and we had to abandon former schools, putting aside monies, especially from CDF, to build a new school or new schools, Honourable Speaker. So it is a disaster that is not just in waiting, but it is a disaster in place.
You are making a speech. Ask a question.
Honourable Speaker, my question therefore is, whereas this is not a new phenomenon, what is in place by the ministry to address this perennial flooding of Nyando constituency? And again, there is a Tau Head, which is a small island at the mouth of the river Nyando getting into Lake Victoria, which should be dredged to also help address this menace, Honourable Speaker. So I would want to hear from Madam Waziri whether I need to go back home and tell them to brace themselves for the longest haul, or there are plans in place to help us address this once and for all, Honourable Speaker. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable Minister will take Wanjala as an additional joyrider.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfair when you ask question you call us joy riders, because the question belongs now to the House, and any member is supposed to
enjoy the joy while you ask the question
to contribute. But thank you, Waziri, who is our former colleague. And I remember I predicted to others she will be a minister in the next government, and she will confirm that. And indeed, she is today. As she is aware, Budalangi is known for flooding from two rivers, that is River Yala and River Nzoia. And these rivers require training and dredging. In fact, on Yala, you cannot build dikes because it is already in the swamp. So the best thing to be done is to train it and dredge to allow the waters to move into the lake. So what plans do they have? Because when you are allocating 30 million, it's meager, and yet you will allocate to other places with the dams. You allocate big monies and they are just squandered. But this is about the lives of people who have cried year in, year out. Would she consider increasing the allocation? Because this affects the lives of people whose houses collapse every year, whose everything that belongs to them is washed away. And Mr. Speaker, we saw in Nakuru when the dam broke and water went into people, collapsed people's houses. This government, Mr. Speaker, erected or built houses, new houses, in fact, permanent houses for those people in Nakuru. Why is it so difficult to build also houses for the people of Budalangi when they are affected by this flood that collapsed their houses?
Thank you. Last Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As you are aware, when Wanjala suffers, I suffer more, because when they are displaced, they come to stay at my place waiting for the water to reside. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to ask the Minister, the Cabinet Secretary, that while they try to solve the issue of Kanyaboli in Alego Songa as well as Mdalangi, please ask the technical people to also include the riverbed around Mahaba in Namuduru sublocation, as long as the Sidoho Dam, that now because of the flooding from Budalangi has now combined, now we literally have a river connecting Sidoho Dam and Nzoia River, essentially displacing close to about 100 households in Mahaba area. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Alice. You have attended supplementary, Jared Okello, Wanjala, and Oundo. If you can answer them in that order.
Thank you. The Honorable attendee, supplementary question is as to whether we can increase the amount of 30 million so that possibly we can do more work. And maybe when are we starting? We will start immediately because we now have the budget. But in terms of increasing the amount, I may not be able to commit now, because the amount of 300 million that you have pointed out is actually 450 million Kenya shillings, but it is going to various rivers to deal with the same problem like the one facing your constituency. So for now, I think I will not be able to commit beyond 30 million Kenya shillings. But as we go along, possibly, and you could also visit our offices so that we can have a candid conversation about the funding and how constrained the funding is. The second question, supplementary one, is from Honorable Okero on Livanyando. The amount of 450 million shillings that I have talked about, where we have taken the amount of 30 million for the first dike, we also have 30 million for the River Nyando, and therefore all this work will move simultaneously. We are aware of the challenges of River Nyando and the perpetual flooding, but may I confirm that, and I'm aware, the long-term solution actually is the construction of Soikoru Dam, which is a 20 billion project that was meant to regulate the floods in River Nyando. We are having challenges in funding that particular dam, but we have called out, we are reconsidering putting it out for private investment, because initially it was funded, it was hoped and designed to be funded under EPC, engineering, procurement and construction, under GOK, entire 20 billion. For now, our physical space is unable to meet that, so we are re-evaluating the project to commit it to PPP. The last question, Honorable Wajara, thank you very much for your support. I want to confirm to the Honorable Member, and I believe he's aware, that we have recently taken up a project of 34 kilometers of dikes construction along River Zoya, which has costed the government approximately 2 billion Kenya shillings. So your constituency and River Zoya is also in our planning, and more work will be done. Indeed, you have taken the largest share. And finally, is it Mahaga? Honorable Oudo, I will look at your request, and I believe we have factored this particular one under this budget. If it has not been done, we will reorganize that particular budget, because internally we can be able to do that for this specific flooding component. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Let her finish answering Oundo's question, has she? She's finished.
Yes, I have finished, Honorable Speaker.
And
because I have
Wanjala,
no other questions.
the rules require that when you call out a point of order, you don't have to stand up until you have been given an opportunity to do so. What is your point of order, Honorable Wanjala?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, sometimes you wear glasses, so I thought you were short-sighted. You may not see far. That's why I'm studying. But, Mr. Speaker, it was very clear that in Nakuru, the dam broke, Solai Dam. And we saw the whole government, this very government, went there, and then it reconstructed for the people's houses, permanent houses. In Budalangi and in Nyando, we have had floods, our houses collapsed, our properties washed away, our crops washed away. When we ask compensation, they skip those kind of questions. Would she be clear to answer what criteria did they use to construct houses for the people in Nakuru, and they are not able to use the same style to construct houses for the people of Budalangi?
Yes, because there's another point of order here.
Mr. Speaker, the Solai Dam tragedy occurred in December 2018. This government that is in place was elected in 2022. So here I'm raising on a point of order on facts. Honorable member for Butalangi Wanjala is not being factual. And I think a serious matter like that of people of Solai having been involved in a dam tragedy should not be trivialized by the member in such a way. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Alice, order, Wanjala, order. There is order, Wanjala. There is no altercation between you members. Alice?
Thank you.
Order, Wanjala. She's responding to your point of order. Order, Wanjala. Order, Raphael Wanjala.
The honorable member is pursuing the question on compensation of the people who have been affected. I had earlier said that it is not possible for the government of the Republic of Kenya, which you are part of, to be able to meet compensation claims for all people who may be affected by natural disasters, be they earthquake, lightning, floods, even sometimes the movement of earth. However, during such crises or disasters, sometimes the government is able to recorrect itself and respond like any other Kenyans whenever we call for support, both from public and private, and under the rapid disaster response, then the government would sometimes be able to make some interventions. But on individual compensation, day-to-day flooding, that honorable member is expecting the government to do things it is not able. In any case, the government cannot be said to be liable over those kind of disasters. Thank you.
Member for Ikolomani, Bernard Shinali.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to ask question 158 of 2023 to the Cabinet Secretary, Water, Sanitation and Education. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why implementation of Moss Bridge Matunda water supply and sanitation project was transferred to North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agencies, despite the fact that 60% of the project catchment area falls under Kakamega County, and critical stages of procurement, namely advertisement, award of tender, and project evaluation had been completed under the Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency. Number 2, clarify whether the North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agencies has the capacity to successfully implement the project, considering that it was allocated only Kenya shillings 10 million in the financial year 2022-23 supplementary budget for recruitment of staff, and if so, provide details of the action plan taken by the agency for implementation of the project and timelines of completion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Alice. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the question by the Honorable Bernard Shinari, MP for Ikoromani, I want to go straight to the response, if I'm allowed, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, the first response to explain why the implementation was moved from one agency to another, and the agency that is now handling the matter is the North Rift Valley Water Development Works Agency. This agency is one of the 9 waterworks development agencies under my ministry. It was established by Gazette notice in 2020. You are right when you say that it was allocated money, 10 million for last financial year, but now we are in another financial year and it is still supported by the government. Honorable Speaker, the project will be carried out by the agency. The procurement was done by the Lake Victoria North, but implementation of this project has been agreed that it will be carried out by North Rift Development Agency, Waterworks Development Agency. We will implement using the design, and the data available does not reflect the position of the honorable member, because we are talking about or covering 103 186 persons, 103,186 persons. Because you say that 60% are from Kakamega County, and I really don't think we should profile these particular issues. 55,000 persons are from Moy's Bridge town, which is entirely in Uasin Gishu. That leaves a balance of 47,000 people. In total, the number of persons to be covered or who will benefit from this project, Honorable Speaker, from Uasin Gishu County is 74,552, translating to 72%. I have put in an annexure there to support that data. The intake and treatment plant are located in Trans Nzoia under the jurisdiction of Lake Victoria North, that is true, but the water will move on gravity. Going further, the main storage tank of 1,200 is located in Maji Mazuri, which is in Uasin Gishu. Treated water gravity, again in the same county. Out of 5 storage tanks that will be constructed with this project are located in Uasin Gishu, and 1 storage tank in Kakamega. The rest of the project is located in the Miribani area of Uasin Gishu, Maji Mazuri, and the last one at Seleni one. Okay, maybe that one I will leave out. But finally, Mr. Speaker, Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency did the award and then transferred the final contract to North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agency. It has, we have assessed the agency, and the capacity of the agency has been properly evaluated. The agency has 29 staff, most of whom are deployed from the ministry and sister agencies. The technical competencies are 6 engineers for this particular agency, 1 each for hydrologist, geologist, and sociologist. Most of the deployed staff are senior and competent officers in water and sanitation. Therefore, it is not quite factual or true, and with great respect to the honorable member, to say that North Rift Waterworks Development Agency does not have any capacity or sufficient capacity because of the sum of Kenya shillings 10 million. May I confirm the sum of Kenya shillings 10 million was for purposes of additional capacity by way of staff employment and other technical support, and therefore it's one of the agencies that we put out for purposes of support. Finally, the agency has also been allocated 200 million Kenya shillings to start the project for the last supplementary proposals, and then we are looking at, for the current financial year, a further Kenya shillings 400 million, and we are ready to start the project, Honorable Speaker. The project will be completed in 24 months, and my annexure speaks to that, including the data of the persons that will benefit. Thank you.
Ali, are you satisfied? I give somebody else.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not actually satisfied with the answer. Maybe the Honorable CS requires more information because the staff she's talking about, Mr. Speaker, was actually transferred from Lake Victoria North, including the 10 million that we are talking issues mentioning, which I have mentioned here, was also transferred for the administration money from Lake Victoria North, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe we want Lake Victoria North water agencies to continue serving the people of the Western region. This is the only major project which was there. Since the one which was also there, the Kakamega Bungoma bulk water is also stuck maybe somewhere, I don't know, maybe the CS will enlighten us on the same. We are wondering actually, Madam CS, if this is happening, if Lake Victoria North is going to survive, looking even at the budgets which are there, and they have been moved to Lake Victoria North, to North Rift Valley Waterworks, Mr. Speaker.
Innocent Mugabe. I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would want to do a follow-up question on the same. Moisbridge Matunda is in my constituency of Likuyani. And I think the CS is not well informed, or whoever gave her the data gave her the wrong data. I live in Moisbridge. When she says it is entirely in Wasingishu, the people of Likuyani may think that somebody from Wasingishu came to be their MP. So that one is not factual, because a very big chunk of Moisbridge is in Likuyani, Kakamega. Number two, this is a very emotive issue in Moisbridge and Matunda, because we have very serious boundary issues between Kakamega and Wasingishu. And over time, Wasingishu has been encroaching the Kakamega side. As we speak now, Mr. Speaker, we have a primary school in Moisbridge called Moi Township, where I schooled. Administratively, it is in Kakamega, but geographically it's claimed, and that all area is claimed.
Ask the question related to this.
My question is, what was the motive of transferring this project from Lake Victoria North to a new agency that is struggling with the capacity called the North Rift Waterworks? Number two.
One question at a time, Innocent.
Number two, we have, when we are designing this project, North Rift was part of the Rift Valley Waterworks. But the project was designed and the procurement was done by Lake Victoria North. The wisdom was, it is Lake Victoria North had better capacity and even a better implementation system because of the location and the beneficiaries of the project. Majority were in Kakamega County. Then when they created the North Rift Agency, what was the reason now?
Mugabe, you are debating. You are not asking a question.
Now
what is your question?
What was the motive of transferring it from Lake Victoria North to North Rift Water Services?
DK. Member for Soy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's quite unfortunate that the member for Likuyani has been discussing and has decided to hive part of Moisbridge area into Likuyani, but I want to state categorically that Moisbridge which is Moisprit Ward, falls squarely in Soy constituency, was in Kishu County. So I also want to state what the CS has said about North Rift Water Services. North Rift Water Services is a new water services that is handling that region. And that project, 75% of that project serves the people of Soy, that is the people of the entire Moisprit, which falls...
Honorable member, this is question time.
But I need to clarify...
We are asking the minister questions, and I've given you an opportunity to joyride on Shinali's question.
So,
both you and Innocent Mugabe are making speeches instead of asking questions.
I will ask.
Can you ask your question?
Okay. My question to the CS is that looking at the volume, looking at the portfolio of the project, which is about 2 billion, and looking at what has been awarded so far, which is around, the last time I checked it was 40 million, and now I'm hearing that it has been given another 200 million. When are we going to complete the project so that the people of Moisprit and the people of Matunda, which falls squarely in Soy constituency, can be able to benefit? Thank you.
Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, the question that needs to be answered here is that what informed or misinformed the decision to change the works from Rift Valley North Water Services to Rift Valley Water Works, that is a new entity. What informed?
Is it from Victoria North to...
Yeah, from Lake Victoria North to to Water Works, the new entity. What informed that decision? Is it vendor driven? What is the intention?
The member for cases, Alice, take all those and answer them very quickly because we are running out of time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to raise this question, especially pertaining North Rift Water Works. And since it has come to the floor for discussion, I want to pick up a question with the CS to tell the country, and more specific, the people from North Rift, that the spirit behind formation of North Rift Water Works was to address the challenges of waters related to the entire almost 8 counties that falls within North Rift. I want to know what plans are there to ensure that particular waterworks is capacitated enough in terms of staffing, in terms of resources, because we are endowed with several water bodies within that region. So like I says, we have Karita Dam, we have Kases Dam, that Lake Victoria developed some little works, but then it is incomplete. What plans are in place to resource North Rift Waterworks to its full capacity in terms of employing staff, in terms of giving adequate resources, so that water challenges can be addressed in that region, in that spell to the ladder? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask the CS to explain to us the benefits that the people of North Rift, especially, you know, when this Rift and Soya on the upper side is Sabwani, and then Kimoson, which is in Endebess. How do the people in the upper part of the Rift and Soya, now that we were neglected by the Lake Victoria North, how are we going to benefit? What are the benefits that the people of North Rift, especially in Endebess, Kwanza, and parts of Kiminini, which are along that river, going to benefit from the new body?
Last, Bissau. After that, you answer those who got the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, mine is a supplementary one to the CS. We are the producers in Trans Nzoia. That is where the water source comes from, starting from the Cherengani Hills to the Mount Elgon side. But if you look at the situation in Kiminini specifically, hardly a tenth of the households have the water. Now, we would like the CS to assure us, even as she thinks of the restructuring that she will consider the producers, because most of those pipes, when you're distributing the water going to the North Rift, to the Eldoret side or to the Kakamega Bungoma side, they come through Kiminini. So we would like the minister to reassure us that since this is the simplest and cheapest installation, that people of Kiminini are going to be assured that they have the water before it's actually distributed to the other areas. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, can you answer those?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I will seek indulgence of members to answer those questions maybe jointly, as much as possible.
They're all related.
Because they are all related. But I could start with the last one about Kimilili and say that once a project is designed and it has been implemented, it has started the journey of implementation, procurement is complete. Sometimes it is not possible because the design guides the implementation journey. It's not easily possible to change. However, the honorable member might want to visit the ministry so that we look entirely at the area that he has raised the concern and see what plans we may have as a ministry or what plans we can take on board to deal with the concerns of that particular community. The honorable member Bukose also is following on the same. The upper part of this particular project, jurisdiction of this project, do not seem, and in fact, the North Rift area as a whole, because the need for the North Rift as a Waterworks Development Agency was because the Lake Victoria North was covering a very big area, and ownership issues and implementation challenges, including maybe neglect because of the huge region that it was covering, made it necessary or justified the need for the new Waterworks Development Agency. The agency is here with us. We cannot, as Parliament, sit and complain about capacity. I think the honorable members should help me to build capacity for this agency to be able to implement the project. The project has a consultant in place. The consultant is experienced. The contractor has won the contract on basis of capacity. So in terms of implementation, Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm to the members, and the members have the role of oversight to play. Let's work together and ensure that this project is actually completed. I want also to say that in terms of the issue of what was the intention, may I confirm that it was not ill-advised, it was not motivated by any particular bad thinking, but for purposes of the larger community ownership of where the project covers. I agree, Kakamega is, people are a beneficiary, but when you look at the population data, you will find that it is well suited to be implemented by the North Rift Waterworks Development Agency. And I think the questions should be, will Kakamega or the design area be covered irrespective of which county it is? Yes, we will go by the design, and therefore there should be no fears. And I believe, Honorable Speaker, the question that would put this matter to rest is when we shall complete and where is the funding. On where is the funding, the ministry has worked to provide last budget, which has ended, 200 million, and then we have also in the current year, Kenya shillings 400 million, that gives us 600 million. It is one of the projects that actually we could say, taking into account the entire cost of 2 billion that has been able to secure, we have been able to secure sufficient portion, noting the final basket of the country that is completely constrained. So I'm comfortable with the 600 million, and the next, during the period of of the project implementation, we will be able to engage Parliament for the balances so that we can complete. In terms of soy, so the issues of whether it is soy or Moi Bridge or Kimilili, I think I would plead with honorable members, we deal with the implementation of the project so that the areas it can cover. But going forward, in case it is possible, and that's why I'm inviting the honorable member for Kimilili, we can look at additional intake if the resource, the water source, is able to cover, but not immediately. Let's first implement the project and see then whether there is a possibility of variation of the design so that we can come to Parliament to get additional funding for an extra intake or expanded intake beyond the current design. Thank you.
For Turkana Central, Joseph Emathe.
Honorable Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 42A6B to beg to ask the question. Could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, provide a report on the status of Nauros irrigation scheme and Nadoto irrigation scheme in Turkana County, and explain the steps put in place to rehabilitate, expand, and sustainably operationalize the irrigation schemes. And number 2, outline measures that the ministry has put in place to expand irrigation farming in Turkana Central constituency so as to enhance food security and alleviate poverty, given that the aridity in Turkana County does not permit rain-fed agriculture. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will go straight to the answer on issue number 1, that I provide a report on the status of Nauros irrigation scheme and the other scheme, Nandoto scheme, both in Turkana County, and explain the steps that we have put in place. Honorable Speaker, Nauros irrigation scheme is located in a Kangatotha ward of Turkana Central Sub-County. And this is a community-owned irrigation project that covers about 500,000 acres. The scope of the works carried out included rehabilitation of the intake works, lining of the main canals, sub-main canals, tertiary furrows and basins, bird protection works and fencing, all at a cost of Kenya shillings 62 million. The construction started in June 2013, so it is an old project, and completed in the following year, 2014, and handed over to the community for production of food. Currently, the scheme is not operational due to unstable intake. Yes, due to unstable intake of high silt, result of the high silt load from River Takwel. The National Irrigation Authority has, however, carried out needs analysis of the project, and the following rehabilitation works have been proposed. Without possibly taking too much time, in short, we are saying we will do the rehabilitation, intake and protection works, construction of main canal, desilting, branch and block canals, dike draining, road crossings will be attended to, and division boxes and check structures. And we have put in a budget of Kenya shillings 34 million shillings, Honorable Speaker. The rehabilitation works will be implemented by NIA, and I believe Honorable Speaker, we have provided for both schemes. The next one that I'll go to, Kenya shillings 50 million to commence the work that the honorable member has concern about. That is irrigation scheme number 1. Then number 2, Nandoto irrigation scheme, Honorable Speaker, is located in Kerio ward of Turkana Central constituency. The community initiated this scheme around 2004. The community mutually constructed the intake and canal as well as distribution system to facilitate crop production in the area. Due to inadequate, unreliable water, the community approached the district irrigation officer then under the Ministry of Water and Irrigation and developed design proposals for rehabilitation and expansion of the works. That was 2007 and 2009 period. The implementation of the proposal was affected by limited funds. The project proposal was then submitted for implementation under the expanded National Irrigation Program undertaken by NIA. The scope of the works include rehabilitation of intake works, lining of the main canals, sub-main canals, tertiary, and as shown there in my response. This scope was expanded to cover 25 acres was expanded from 25 acres to 500 acres and to benefit 1,200 households at an extra cost of 79.8 million shillings. And the project implementation started in 2013 and completed in 2015 and was handed over in August 2015 to the community. May I say it is still a community project. Since its completion, the project has been affected, as I said, by high silt load from River Takwel, and hence optimal performance of this project is in question. And further, it has been infested by the famous Mathenge, or infamous, sorry, Mr. Speaker, Mathenge plant, and that therefore has reduced production for this irrigation project. We have done our studies and we have, Mr. Speaker, given that in my response, I believe the honorable member will be able to pick up what I have said in response, and the total cost of the intervention works that we shall undertake through NIA cost Kenya shillings 42,350,000. And I have said, in total, that particular irrigation scheme and the other one are covering about 80 million shillings, an amount that we have so far secured Kenya shillings 50 million, and therefore we will be able to proceed with the intervention works to see how these two schemes can come back to full production. Honorable Speaker, the other question was what measures the ministry has put in place to expand farming in Turkana Central constituency so as to enhance food security and alleviate poverty. Ministry has carried out a needs analysis to Turkana Central and identified that there is urgent need, and we all know, to ensure that existing schemes are functional, that is one, and that they are productive. We are also in liaison, working together with the county government, identifying new areas for purposes of irrigation, and as a policy, you are aware, the direction of the Kenya Kwanza government, we want to put under irrigation close to 1.8 million acres. Turkana County is on board towards that effort, and therefore looking in for collaboration with the Parliament because of the crucial role that Parliament plays in terms of funding. It is possible then to have additional land for irrigation, but also revisit all the existing schemes for expansion for better enhanced production.